So the first thing, sadly, no. The second thing, it's never mind. Hang on. Jeez.
All right.
I didn't do all my shopping at Magnum.
All right.
You know that.
I know. I'm
Vulcan.
rolling. I'm being actually
Vulcan.
kind of generous. It's just that so far on my
Vulcan.
d20s, I've rolled a 1 and a 2. So
Vulcan.
you're not great on the luck so far.
Vulcan.
Thanks.
Vulcan. What do you think? Ooh, I like this.
5.
Okay.
Hey, 19.
Vulcan.
For which one again?
This would be the thing. Oh. I
Is
feel
it?
bad. I feel bad. It's got a couple of F's in there. I don't know. Hang on. Jump to another channel.
Okay.
I have no problem telling you all what I bought. In short, I basically bought a bunch of potions because they're utility for the party and healing.
That's very nice.
I really only have one purchase to make, and I need to do it back in Magnemar. But I'm gonna wait till I get.
That's fair. Let me do a total count. Two.
Just real
Wait,
quick.
Why do a total count when I can use a sum function? Wow.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna try this and see what you think.
Vulcan.
Keep talking.
Do you think the resin here will be
I like
safe?
that one a lot better. I like that one a lot better.
Trying something new.
It works.
You think the resin here will be safe?
Oh, you finally. Oh, you're talking to me in character now.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Going down to the phone safe.
With the Underdark open and that dragon.
I think if anybody is capable of handling themselves as your allies.
Hello.
What did I miss?
Just Sivast talking to Vulcan about. Do I think that the Arisen are going to be safe?
Why are you worried about them?
You see Sivas kind of hold the little cloth that's covering the shard.
I touched it.
And?
See things a little differently now.
In what way?
I'm still not sure.
Try your best.
He's just gonna walk forward and yeah, no, seriously, still thinking on.
Okay. Vulcan will follow close behind.
Are you sure it wasn't something it wanted you to see? Or was it something that you needed to see?
I still don't know. Think I'll know once I get to Gib.
I wish I could be there with you when you see it.
Sivas gonna turn around.
I'm not coming. In my time with you, I have learned that perhaps not all the friendship is blind. You have had your moments, don't get me wrong. And even though I am big, and many people think I am dumb, I am smart, but I am not wise. And you have shown wisdom and intelligence, things that I lack.
And Vulcan's gonna point his finger towards you, and the little fingertip is gonna open up, and the Ioun stone is gonna fly out and float in front of you.
Implant that within the shard, so that you are not exposed to the darkness of it and lose your way.
You.
I am trusting you with them, and I am trusting you specifically with Jaraxxus. There is still work that I must do in these lands. Lucius still remains at large. I must find him quickly. With him having the shard, I am greatly concerned.
Do you trust her?
Who?
You talking about Jiraxis? Because that's
No, no.
technically he.
No, I specifically said her, and Slyvas is staring at the Ioun stone.
Do I trust Ioun?
No, like who it came from.
I think he meant Sheila.
Do I trust Sheila? I have no reason not to.
Brett warned me to not trust anyone who wanted to gather all the stones.
I wanted to gather all the stones, yet you trust me and are talking to me. Brett is a wise man, but maybe even he does not see everything. And I think that is part of what the stone showed you, is it not?
It showed me that perhaps my faith in Brett as a deity may have me misplaced, but there's no denying he is my savior.
I do not doubt that he is your savior. I did try to tell you from the beginning that there were some things that you should find out on your own. But I know now that you cannot tell a believer not to believe. They must find it on their own. Now whatever answers lie for you in Geb awaits you there. But as I said, I cannot be with you when you find them. I must take care of things here. I must find Lucius. I must make sure there is no other signs of this shard anywhere before somebody else gets to it. I need to make sure order and balance is maintained here. And it's time for me to go home. I know where my maker lives. I've known for some time. We found out back in Biston, yet I stayed with you, despite every piece that is me telling me to go. I have stayed with you.
Well,
I cannot wait any longer. I must meet him.
as thanks for your honesty, I will share something I was told by Brett.
Do share.
I was told not to trust you. That if you brought the pieces together, it would invite disaster to this world.
But if you brought them together, it would not.
Was never my intention.
Are you planning on sundering the pieces, making sure they never unite?
Making sure all but one never returns to the fold, and he puts the...
Sorry.
That's the Ioun's.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
you
puts
could.
it in the Ioun stone.
I cannot help but think about what Lucas said. Though he is my enemy, his words ring truth. I did not detect a lie in his thoughts or his heart.
What did he say?
He basically blank summed it up, but basically what he said was like these shards can never come together. Like it's going to be a bigger problem. We cannot be, fucking around with the past like this. We need to make sure some things don't wake up.
More importantly, he was like, "What do you think's gonna happen when you get all these things together?" And the entire party's like, "Well, we're gonna use them for good." And he's like, "You want to do that?" And then he looked specifically at Cybus, Tentoria, and Sam, or not Sam, Vulcan, and was like, "You're not as unbiased as you think you are." And that was basically the gist of his conversation. It was like, "You don't know what your masters want." Those of you with masters.
I don't care what you use the other six for, but if you keep this away,
What are you planning on doing with the Shard of Sloth?
I will know for sure once I talk to Brett.
And I will know for sure what I do with this
And he shows you his shard.
once I see my maker. But I am having doubts. I am not even quite sure why I began this mission. I know what I was programmed to do, why I was constructed.
And he opens up his chest plate again and shows you where all 6 of the shards would have all 7 rather of the shards would have a receptacle.
Yet, if bringing them all together would truly invite disaster, I need to find out if that is the truth. And if it would invite disaster, then I will follow you all the way, Cyvas, and make sure, at minimum, one shard will never return to the fold. But as you must go home and talk to your maker, I must go home and talk to mine.
Sivas just nods.
I know Brett said not to trust me, and I understand. It is the curse of kings that men beneath them cannot be trusted. But not all men are bad men, just as all men are not good men. There are good friends, and there are bad friends, and I fear that you may find some of the bad within Geb. And I hope for your sake that you find the truth, whatever it might be for you. I'm not leaving quite yet. I'll stay with you as far as Magnamar, and I do have some business to address before you all go. But I am trusting you, Cyphas. Can you make sure that they all come home in one piece?
I forget to turn it off for the RP part. That vessel kind of looked down at his rune and floated above where the rune is. Good.
I have more to live for than just me. I will do my best.
Your best is all I can ask for. Just try to make sure that they come back.
There is always more than one way.
I know. But I think when you go to Geb, you will discover that that way may not always be the best way. And you may call me heretical if you wish, Cyphas. But I would like you to consider for a moment. That shard showed you behind the curtain for but a second. And whatever it is you saw and are still trying to comprehend with, I cannot possibly imagine. But consider for a moment the view from an outsider. Someone not tainted, but touched by the power of friendship. And think that in many, many, many hundreds of thousands of ways, though the friendship represents something at its core good, and that Brett at his core might be good, there will come a time where somebody might take that power from themselves and warp the friendship into something else, something new or different. The machinations of the Rune Lords and those who came even before them cannot possibly be stopped forever. I would not wish Brett to fall prey for that, for if Brett falls, all of the friendship falls to whatever takes its place. It is a dangerous, dangerous system, Cyphas. It is a system so beautifully designed, I'm not even sure my maker could have comprehended something like that. A system in which everyone is beloved, but in a way almost enslaved. Not as a slave, but mentally you cannot even think of a life without Brett. That should speak for itself in part, but I think you are starting to see the truth that there is more than meets the eye here. And I hope for your sake, and the sake of all of the Arisen, you find whatever truth that is, and it truly sets you free.
It is one thing to know the power of a rune, but it is another to have everything that you were be lost in a vortex, and the hand that pulls you out.
Cyphas goes quiet for that.
That hand did pull you out, and Brett is your savior. I just hope that when you go to Geb, you find your answers. I just hope for your sake you do not learn that that hand left some things behind on purpose.
He puts a hand on your shoulder.
I trust you, Cyphas. And I know somewhere inside you trust me. But remember, and hear me well, no king lives forever. Now let us talk to your allies. We must be getting back to Magnamar soon.
Cyphas is going to do the Armstrong handshake.
And Volcom will return it.
And Cyphas is going to go to the shop and talk to them. Basically talk around the Arisen around town who wants to go on a pilgrimage.
Rally the pilgrims.
I finished my pizza.
I was just waiting until I didn't hear chewing anymore, and that's when I was going to stop my
I
monologue.
pushed to talk.
I know, I'm fucking with you.
Excuse me, I'm not a plebeian. Anyway. Right, so with this out of the way,
The voice modulator.
with the Transformers done, at one point you said more than meets the eye. I was like,
Yes!
you were gonna go for
Starscream.
Yes, Lord Megatron! You call.
Oh,
Anyway, you're gonna go to the chop
What is
shop, right?
your bidding, master?
Yes, he is.
Sorry, I was
But-
playing privately with myself on the voice mod, so I can hear you.
But I think basically what he's just trying to do at this point is rally around town a little bit and see if any Arisen want to go on a pilgrimage together.
Okay.
I feel like that'd be pretty easy.
I mean, on the one hand,
I'm not gonna advertise like we're gonna go meet Christ or anything. It's just like, hey, I'm going if anybody wants to roll with me. Let's preach the
roll-
word of bread
because whenever I'm in doubt, go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
with my 0 charisma.
I mean, worst thing happens if they say no. Unless you roll like a 1, in which case one of them might get offended.
5, yeah.
It's mostly the I mean, Geb is really far away. Geb is really far away. And to the friendship, distance is kind of a weird concept. Because you kind of get slapped down wherever you end up, so to speak. The same way Horus is still, strictly speaking, with the party. I keep forgetting he exists. But Horus was in Haruka, a plane that exists as parallel to our own in the astral plane. And he was just randomly thrown into Karamaga, essentially. Well, beneath Karamaga. He could die and go right back to Haruka, and he gets thrown to Assyrian. He could get thrown to,
Actually,
Corvosa. You get thrown to anywhere.
I would say to Horace, I said, you want to switch out with somebody? Are you having fun?
I mean, it seems like it's going to be an awfully long time, and I'd hate to overstay my welcome. I'm going to be a bird the whole time. It's a little disconcerting for some, I understand.
You've been a great help so far, and I honestly mean that.
Oh, that's all any of us can hope to be. That being said, I do have a duty, and if I'm not needed here, then I'm needed somewhere else.
Specifically what I just said.
Then yeah, I mean he's agreeing. He's like, if you're cool with him piecing out, then he agrees. But only if you're cool with him piecing out.
Well,
He's
I
not-
mean,
he
I
doesn't
still
need
want to keep the body around because it's a useful body.
Oh, that's not going anywhere.
So, how can I transport that body without it being an issue?
I mean, all you have to do essentially is just. It sounds horrible. Just murder him.
All right, buddy, you take a nap now as you repeatedly stab him in the chest.
Just
Be with
Just-
bread. Be with bread. Shh.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Look at the flowers.
what?
Too
I'm just
many
like.
Too many
What
Walking
was,
Dead
what was
references.
the, what was the one fucking thing where it's like, just do me a favor, kill me, just put me to sleep with your kind boot.
What the fuck?
I don't know. It was some show, but I forget the name of the show.
The Mighty Boosh.
Thank you, the crack box. You're gonna break me apart like warm pudding.
What do you know of the crunch?
Anyway, but yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if you can willingly relinquish your vessel. Is all I'm saying. Or else you'd have been able to do it back when you were pinned to a wall for like a while.
Well, I'm
So,
also
yeah.
not stronger than I was.
So yeah, just you'll have to just kill him, and you know for a fact that his soul just goes right back to Haruka, because that's the fate of all Arisen. If you're killed, you're removed from the cycle of death and rebirth, essentially, or the afterlife, as it were. And then he'll just be put in the fast track queue to get resummoned, essentially, as part of Bread's special kind of helping
Alright.
force. It's kind of a volunteer service, but one that you and him both signed up for.
So, I got a visual for this. So, like Syvas is probably going to be equal stature with him, and the party will see basically Syvas put his gargoyle-like arm out on his head, and these apparitions appear all around Syvas as he casts. What was it? Basically,
Spirit Guardians?
yeah, 3 times, and these like the Buddha statue, the Shiva statue, the Shiva that has the multi-arm.
I believe that's correct. I could be wrong. There's
Vishnu. I don't know. You get an idea what I'm going for. Like,
I get what you're going for.
multi-arm Hindi statue just comes out and just slices him to pieces with baguette. Bread be with you. I shall see you soon.
It's for any who are watching, it's a pretty fucked up sight. If only because he does this, and the entire time Horus is just like super fucking polite about it. Like, oh, let me just expose some vital jugular veins and whatnot. Let's get this over with quickly. They don't feel pain, so to speak. So it's just kind of like a very kind of okay. Nope. See you next time. But yeah, within a second, you're able to just neatly dispatch Horus back to Haruka, leaving behind a Vrock corpse, well used at this point.
We'll start collecting any bones that are material that might be useful for future project.
Okay. You gonna bring him right to the chop shop right now, or are you just gonna have him on you?
Yeah, I'll just take over to the chop shop. Maybe get gold for what I don't need and keep the parts I might need. I do need to get my arm replaced because I had a temp arm installed.
I'll go ahead. How much did it cost to get arms done? I don't have the sheet in front of me.
I don't need.
I mean, if it's a basic arm, he could just have another
he's got a big
equal-sized
fancy
arm. Yeah, from like being meaty. Just make it like 200.
Given that you just got a Vrock, if you're willing to use the Vrock arm, I'd say free of charge.
Sure.
And we'll say with cost of materials, go ahead and roll me a medicine check. We'll see how much you can actually successfully salvage from the Vrock.
I'm gonna do a guidance before.
Have fun.
Oh,
Oh shit, natural 19. Okay. You make a solid 75 gold on top of paying for the cost of the installation. So yeah, we'll say that for all of the bits and pieces, they'll give you at least that much.
I'll ask the shopkeep, has he ever been to Geb?
Give me a second, I'm still pulling things up.
Shop guy. I need to find. When you find the sheet, let me look at it because I'm gonna be staring at that when we get together.
His name was Garrick. Give me a second, I'll look up the sheet right now. There it is. I'm gonna send it to you in just a second. There you go. And yeah, keep in mind that it makes sense that it's going to take you about an hour to pull off, but time is relative in this particular session, essentially.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff I really want to do with 4,000 gold, but I understand most of the party wants to leave, so maybe there'll be something I can do and get.
I mean, you know for a goddamn fact that this kind of thing is going to be, if anything, easier and cheaper in Geb than it would be here.
Oh yeah.
That being said, asking Garrick about, and keep in mind that Garrick's appearance has consistently changed every time you show up. It seems like he swaps his own parts pretty regularly, either to display the goods essentially, or to just to show that he, you know.
What's that girl from My Hero? The crazy mechanic girl. Is that like this?
Something Hatsumi.
Hatsumi.
I think it's just Hatsumi. Yeah.
Is that basically the same character?
A bit less manic, but you're not entirely off. So every time you see him, his shape and size can be wildly different. And today he seems to essentially be largely skeletal, with kind of claw-like emu wings, I guess you could say. It's pretty cool. But yeah, as usual, so have you ever been to Geb? Oh, of course. Came from there a couple months ago. You know, business is good, but Yeah, you always want to expand. You got plenty of flesh warpers back in the hometown, so to speak, so you will want to get to some locations a little bit less crowded, a little bit less competition. And I figured Kermarga had insurgent population of Arisen, so
No.
it only makes sense. Hang on, hold still, this part's always a little bit delicate. You might feel agonizing pain for a moment.
Ah, I can just feel my nerves turn off.
That's always convenient. Okay, go ahead and give me a flex.
There you go.
Okay, rip through this, just with grip. Just like puts out like a half of a pig torso.
Can I ask, do you do any work with the ethereal tongues?
Oh no, flesh warper. Flesh is in the title. Very hard to warp the soul.
Flesh is in the title.
Oh, I figured you might get creative.
It's not a matter of creativity. It's a matter of the soul. Shaping flesh is easy. You know, chop off an arm, put on a new one, slap some wigs on there, make sure the musculature works, make sure the veins are connected where needed. Really, at that point, it's all semantics. Honestly, we don't even need to eat. It doesn't make much sense if you really stop to think about it.
Have you tried eating in the form?
Oh, yeah, but I mean, it doesn't work very well. There's a lot of biology, and honestly, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, is all I'm saying.
Oh, I can cook a really good food.
No, I mean, I get what you said. Look, the point was, changing the soul, a whole different ball game. You gotta.
If
Go
Sivas
through
wasn't lying on a table,
experience.
he'd shove like a piece of bread in his mouth to get him to try.
No,
Please
I'm
don't.
good. You stop. But yeah, I was saying, reshaping the soul is a long, arduous process. You can't do it overnight. Ever read like a really fucking good book? Like a really good book, and all you're like, oh wow, that
Yes.
really changes my opinion on things. And that took you like a week. And usually you don't even like it, because having your opinion
Yes.
changed sucks.
I understand.
It's uncomfortable. No one likes it. If you believe a thing, that's what you try to believe your entire life. Making changes to anyone's soul, not a thing you can pay for and just have done. All the same, there are people who do it, just, usually you get put in some kind of sensory deprivation tank for months, something like that. It's a bit weird. Like I said, you're messing with things you really aren't messed with.
This is very true.
All the same, he'll finish up at the
By the way, friend,
repair.
do you happen to have any skeletons I could put together for a potential companion?
Oh, well, we do got kits, and he'll like walk over to like essentially like a little suitcase.
We got kits.
Now, each one of these, ready-made, made for portability, made for packageability, and like small suitcase. Like think like small parachute size. You know what I mean? Has all the relevant bits needed for a full four-limbed humanoid companion. Already has Mach, so just boot this thing up, pump in some spell slots, and boom, instant friend, no matter where you are.
I'll take a small and a medium.
All right. Now it is important that I mention this. You shouldn't look into where they came from. I hope that's all right.
If Sivas could blink at you, he would.
All right. So we got a halfling and we got a human.
How much do they run?
This is coming out of nowhere. But I was like, yeah, they would have that. Go ahead and say, given the size, I want to figure out what the CR rating of some undead are, so I can give you an accurate cost here. Because if I'm not mistaken,
Undead are pretty swingy.
Keep in mind, like, if it's above a certain price, I'm just going to buy a shovel and go by the graveyard.
Oh, yeah. Competition's always hard like that.
Skeletons are CR 1/4, I believe. off the top of my
I think
head.
that they'd probably have like non-combat models if you just want like an on-the-fly, like just a pair of hands. You know, you don't need to slay a dragon. So he'd probably ask you: Are you looking for combat stuff? Are you looking for utility stuff?
Combat, I intend to, well, whatever attacks us becomes a friend.
Okay. He could probably give you, for let's say 100 gold per I got a plan. 100 gold for essentially a giant eagle, which can, it's a giant eagle. It's a large flying creature.
I'm looking for medium human.
That's true. I'm just looking for things that are in the range here.
Regular skeleton,
Okay.
CR 1/4.
Yeah.
Go with. I'm looking for CR1 because CR 1/4 isn't combat.
I'm not looking for combat.
Oh, I thought you said you were.
No, I'm saying whatever attacks us is going to die and become a friend, so combat's taken care of.
Okay. Then yeah, probably like 20 gold for a humanoid skeleton, and halflings are rare, so it's probably like 50 gold for a halfling skeleton.
Alright.
Sorry for the confusion. But yeah, so you can write down that you have ready to go a halfling and a humanoid skeleton. And keep in mind that when activated, it just grabs a volunteer soul from Haruka. So you can expect them to be fully sentient, average intelligence. You get the idea. It's the friendship. You're not going to get like a mindless like, here, go do this, and it's going to be like, oh hey, what am I doing? But all volunteers in the friendship know that when they sign up, it's a complete grab bag as to where they're going to be summoned, when, and for what reason.
Semman. I'm sorry, Vulcan. I'm gonna I'm gonna save the voice thing because it's actually a pain for me.
Sure.
It is a little bit hard to understand. I'm sorry.
I love it though.
Thank you.
I do want to take Vulcan away for a private conversation real quick.
Sure.
I'll inform Blank. Are now.
Okay, I guess Piebald just threw me in here.
Can Vulcan jewelcraft?
Limitedly, but it's possible, sure.
They don't have to be like perfectly cut, but it has to be believable. What about making something imbued with magic to be sensible, like it feels like something?
What do you mean? Like tactile? It feels different?
Basically, Syvas wants to make a fake copy of the runes of the Sloth Stone, so that at a glance it might feel like magic, and somebody might steal it instead of the real one.
Yeah, I think I could make a forgery. It won't ping at the same level, but it'll register magic.
Yeah, really, that comes down to it's pretty easy to make a forgery that rings as magic. The difficulty is that anyone who's proficient will be like, that's not even close. Any regular ass robber who's just here to look for something shiny and cast a basic detect magic is gonna be like, magic thing. But anyone who's like looking for the shards specifically is gonna know enough about the shards to tell a fake apart just from Sandman's level or from Vulcan's level of forgery.
I was thinking basically like, you know how in Game of Thrones Davos used to wear his finger bones around his neck and a leather thong. I was thinking to have the fake one on the outside and the real one beneath it, just like tucked under like a.
Well, how about this, Blank? There's a spell called Nystel's Magic Aura, which pretty much never gets used.
I am familiar with it, actually.
Yeah, it places an illusion on a target. False aura. You can change the way the target appears to spells to magical effects, such as detect magic that detect magical auras. You can make a non-magical object appear magical, a magical object appear magical, or change the object's magical aura so that it appears to belong to a specific school. It might help.
If you're making one from scratch entirely, I'd say I'd have you roll a Tinker check and an Arcana check for the quality of the forgery and for the magic that you used to cast on it.
Sure. I could do that.
With guidance.
Say. Sure, Syvas. How much more do you have left of this part?
Part? What do you mean?
Like your exposition here with.
Sorry. It was that was basically Syvas wasn't trying to like I'm starting a whole pilgrimage. Who wants to follow me? It's more of I'm going here. Hey, come check it out.
No, I get you. It's fine. I just know that the other ones wanted to get back to Magnamore.
I'm sorry. I'm pretty much done.
No, you're fine. Okay, cool. I'll roll the.
His last semester, and I think he's got to find work there first.
I mean, true, but if you were to get a house anywhere,
That is true.
literally 2 minutes away from my house, versus anywhere else, I don't know about you,
Nice
but
sexuality.
I'd like to fucking go over to his house and just hit him with the old eyebrows.
Sexual.
Selling
By the
my
way,
mom's,
did you already go to the bathroom, or are you just?
Who, me?
I don't know when you put that down.
Oh, I went a while ago.
Oh, okay. I wasn't paying attention to anything. I was
I
like,
get natural 20.
Okay. This kind of follows with what I kind of expected, to be honest. Which is to say that Vulcan, you're more than capable of using your weird forgery ability to just kind of automatically, like, 3D print any kind of basic metallic object. Like, it's not hard for you. Magic is where things get tricky. And as such, you've done a job that you think is okay. It's not bad. But yeah, this won't hold up to any scrutiny. Good service level, but anyone with any knowledge will see what
Can we
what's
retry the
happening.
magic?
You'll have to get this service and re-enchanted back in Magnamar. I'm running low on enchanting supplies myself, so I'll have to restock soon.
I understand.
Also, keep in mind, you guys have been in the water for a while, so
Oh, yeah.
we don't. Again, you don't know that yet. Speaking of which, have you guys, so we can stop metagaming? Have you guys scryed on the location of the next chart?
Well, that'll be up to Syvas. He has the location feature.
Oh,
He has to make
I
an
must be
inside.
doing a hell of a lot of meditation.
Okay. At the distance, because spoiler alert, guys. What if I pulled a complete bastard on you? It's like, it's on you right now.
Oh my god.
Oh,
It was
God.
all a long con. Anyway,
It was
no. It was a
Draxus's
brilliant.
eye.
Oh,
So where is it, Syvas?
Not this again.
Right, your vision, and you've never been. That's right. You've already talking to people about Geb, so we're already kind of metagaming a little bit.
Well, I mean,
But yeah.
Silas wanted this. If it wasn't going to be in Geb, Silas was going to want to stop by there to figure out what to do with the stone that he's got. So,
But
like,
at the distance we're talking here, we're talking across the world, basically. You really don't get a sense of where it is. You get a sense that it is way the hell off on another continent, and you get a general idea. But at this distance, it's kind of like trying to pinpoint a location on a map when you're 14 miles away from it with a laser pointer. You know, like the closer you get, the better accuracy you're going to have. But from over here, it could be in several different countries.
Oh no. The world is not flat.
Oh my god.
Zawada.
Actually, I don't know if that's true in Pathfinder.
The world is not
Funny.
flat.
What, the world is flat in Pathfinder?
I mean, is it?
Oh
mean-
god, I gotta look now.
Yada, yada.
No, I don't think it is.
I mean, I'm just directing my natural one there.
Yeah, good job. You're pretty sure it's somewhere over the ocean, but more than that, you have no idea.
All my plans are based on a flat world. Oh no.
But then how do we go
Whatever
off
shall
the
I
world?
do?
How do we leave? Oh god, we're trapped!
Well, when God wants evolution, he flips a coin. This time the earth.
Across the sea it is then. Let us get underway.
Montage.
Diddle-doo, diddle-doo, diddle-doo. So is there anything else anyone wanted to do in Magnamar?
No.
Not in Magnamar, in
Oh, yeah,
Karamaga.
Magnamar. No.
Karamaga, no.
Okay.
Just gonna set up a bed and board and just leave my door unlocked.
Oh god, here we go.
Syvas will walk in and sit in the corner.
Yeah,
Right, so...
I should probably tell Horace I'm leaving. Also,
he's
thanks
already-
for all the
Horace
help,
is dead.
Horace.
No, the other Horus.
I know.
There's two
There you
Horuses.
go.
God damn it, I'm sorry, alright? I have a limited amount of names, and I forget which ones I use.
We're gonna go to Assyrian, and the Dock Master's gonna be, "Oi, I'm Horus."
I reincarnated. Hello.
It's Horus.
Horus. And that would have been the best place to use it, considering we're going to fucking Pathfinder Egypt. But anyway, sorry,
Is the
sorry,
local brothel is Horus.
sorry, Captain Jack. Go ahead.
But,
Oh, no, we don't even have to RP that. Just say, hey, thanks for all the help. I'm leaving.
Thanks for all the fish.
Well, you guys are staying for one last night, if only because it's like you don't want to start on your journey at like 5 p.m. It's weird.
So, I ask a quick RP question.
What's up?
So when Jack goes to open the door to say goodbye to Horace, does Horace get PTSD? Maybe I remember the silhouette opening or closing the door.
I don't think he would.
Considering I was under an illusion at the time, eh?
No, I don't think he would. But you guys going to sleep for the last time in Kermaga have noticed that Gray is pretty dressed up.
What's with the sudden change in?
Are you okay, Mr. Gray?
Well, you guys would probably notice that Gray's wearing just like an animal skin over his shoulders. He's shirtless. His hair is a
Shirtless.
different color.
Oh no!
It's also really wild. His teeth look super messed.
You
And
joined a cult.
there's a dagger in his chest and blood everywhere.
Oh,
Okay, you
never
probably
mind.
should have led with that part. What the fuck?
Sorry,
Oh, no.
I thought this was
I'm
earlier.
imagining something very sexual and ending it with like, yeah, and he's currently bleeding.
Then yes, you guys walk in and Gray is super fucking dead.
He's dead?
Wait!
I run over.
Wait! Did you
I'm gonna
miss
run
the
over
part
too.
where I said
he
Syphax
dead?
walks in and sits in a corner
I don't know.
in Gray's room?
I press my ear to his foot. Is he breathing?
Then Cybus gets here first. Hang on. So Cybus, you walk in and Gray's fucking dead.
I was.
Why? No!
But Cybus, what are you doing?
I mean, when he said that he's going to leave his door open, that's when Syphax walks in and sits in the corner.
You're just gonna be okay with this? You're just gonna be like, whatever.
I mean, I'm trying to establish a timeline, but I guess you're telling me it is after he is.
He is dead now, yes.
Okay.
Gray, what the fuck, dude? Are you okay?
Vulcan's gonna start freaking the fuck out if something doesn't happen right now.
I'm starting
I
to
mean-
too.
Is he
I was
getting dead?
about somebody roll a
Is he
medicine
stable?
check. And
I did. I got a
find out.
9.
I got 18.
Okay, how's that looking there, Blank?
For a medicine check,
And
yeah,
Francis.
he's got a pulse.
Oh, he's
Oh.
got a pulse.
Oh fuck.
And
I
that's
want to
it.
start.
So snap my finger.
You guys are gonna see this like one eye pop open.
He's not wounded.
I'm gonna grab the dagger,
Well, smack him.
lift it, and the blade is actually quite dull, and it cuts off exactly where it touched my. It was a dummy blade.
I want to punch
I'm
him in the
smack.
face.
I already called the smack.
Ah!
I
Ah!
want to punch him in the face.
Falls unconscious.
Do you actually?
Oh my God.
No, but at this rate.
No, because I'm gonna grapple.
You're gonna
Natural
gra-
1, but it's still a 14.
What the fuck?
You want to oppose, Gray?
Yes, I would like to
Give you
oppose.
advantage on that.
That's Cyvac.
Fuck.
Hell.
Vulcan, you're trying really hard not to
He's
injure.
slippery.
Why is he so slippery?
I'm covered in fake blood. Just
I'm
please,
just
please.
imagining a scenario, just like door slightly open, Cybus walks in, Bible, Gray is dead. He's just like, oh jeez. Spare the Vulcan. No, my best friend.
I like to think I'm out, like, saying my goodbyes to Horace and all when this is going on, and I Donald Glover GIF walk in on this later.
Yep.
You
Jesus.
hear Vulcan screaming before you got there.
No!
Hey Gray, does that hit?
Why is everyone trying to kill me now?
I'm
Because you're a
mad at
dumb
you.
fuck.
Does
I
it
mean,
hit?
yeah, that hits. Thank you.
You may have blood that makes you stronger every time you die. We should test this theory.
If
No,
If you
no,
just
no.
saying-
I was merely just trying to test something. It's somewhat of an old routine of mine.
Gray, I
Yes.
swear, if you try it again, I will kill you for real. Do
Well,
you
then-
understand?
Nothing responds to death like more death.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm going to be leaving then. I wouldn't like to die before I even become famous.
Where are you going?
Well, I've been thinking about a thing or two, and I realized, holy shit, this is dangerous. I have almost died many times. I have pleaded, I've asked, I have admittedly not made the best decisions, but either way, the results are the same. My death has come closer and closer with each passing day, and I have made no progress with my music. Gray's gonna, at that point, just kind of like reach into his bag and pull out some pieces of parchment paper. There's not a single thing written on any of these papers. This
Yeah.
was supposed to. I'm in a position now where I have enough gold that I can buy my way, should I need to, into any carnival. So well, it would have less risk of death. I could vet them, and I can even buy my own carriage, fully stocked with barrels and barrels of wine and other ailments.
You mean
Hey, the-
amenities
Amenities, yes.
I
Sorry.
mean, I mean,
Hey,
and ailments?
I mean, I'm thinking like ale. Mints.
Salvas will kind of turn and look at Vulcan.
Vulcan will shake his head at you.
Though, how
now.
does the outfit look? Do I
look
look
stupid.
properly wild?
Hi.
Who are you planning on joining up with?
Sorry.
I'm not completely certain, but seeing as how all of you will be making your way to another country now seems to be the right jumping off point. I'll be looking for a carriage leading back to home, I presume. Not actually sure where I will be heading off to. Haven't planned out.
Where is home?
Maybe the orphanage, but other than that, I don't quite have one.
You lived in an orphanage?
The details are a bit unimportant, but
You told us
Yes.
that when we first met.
Oh. It's been a while.
I told you I remembered.
yes, and that you did, my friend. So, I guess I was truthfully going to hope that tonight, before you all leave, if we could get one good meal together, relaxing.
You're planning on leaving from here.
Most likely. I certainly won't be accompanying you all to any more adventures, or to another continent entirely.
So you will not be joining us on this quest any longer.
No, I can't say that I will.
Vulcan kind of holds his hand out towards you.
Gray's gonna reach up and grab your big old pinky and just shake your whole hand from the pinky.
Vulcan's gonna kind of scoop you up a little bit and bring you close and kind of hug you, but not crush you. Kind of hug, just a hug, and say, "Well, he's really gonna lean in and whisper in your ear."
You are the smartest of anyone here.
I'm not sure if that was entirely true, but I
If you
won't
fail,
argue.
You die. You will die 100,000 horrible deaths, and you are escaping from it. I am very proud of
That part may be true.
you. Though
Just
I'm not sure if I'm ready to say goodbye yet.
neither am I, which is why I was planning to, well, though you may not be able to eat or drink any, I was planning on taking everyone out one last time. See, as a goodbye party.
Balderdash. Salvas goes off to the nearest market and starts buying up like really fine foods.
If I can just make one request, if you would consider it, Mr. Gray. If you can you at least travel back to Magnamar with us and just wait just a few days?
To Magnamar?
Yes, it's a very central location. A gateway to many different places.
I know.
Here, Karamaga, the wilds are dangerous, but we can get on a riverboat anywhere.
Well, yes, but also there's the fact that should I stay with you, and I mean no offense, Draxus, you are all being currently chased by what seems to be a group of highly excitable individuals who only want your death.
He's just gonna look away.
That is true. However, if you travel with us, I will be happy to escort you to your next destination. That way you do not have to wander the wilds alone. And I will take you somewhere. Anywhere.
I may be convinced over the course of a dinner, but as of now, I believe tonight will be our final night together.
Well, I believe that is incorrect, because soon will be time to cook.
Soon
Where the
we'll
hell
be
is
trying to
Cyvax?
cook.
Well, you
That
said you may be convinced over dinner, so Vulcan's like, all right, guess I gotta start cooking with Cyvax.
So, isn't that from you?
I heard that wrong.
Cyvax has got his chef hat on and his apron and is running around town picking up supplies.
All right, Vulcan's gonna start building an oven.
Oh my god! Wait, in the middle of the room?
Yep.
Oh, all
That's
right.
not how fire safety works. But Vulcan was never programmed with fire safety.
Fire suppression, or rather, that was suppressive fire. My mistake.
To the Vulcan.
Sure.
Oh,
I just look at Cyvax
Yes!
and I'm like,
Nice.
Don't worry, I read a book once.
The most important natural 20 of the campaign.
woo!
But yeah, with Vulcan accommodating Cyvax's recently enlarged size, you're still getting used to this. But you're getting to terms with it. It's also harder to cook with giant fucked up monster hands. But you know, Vulcan's had giant fucked up monster hands for months, and he seems to do okay. So any of the delicate work, you kind of pass off to him, giving him very specific instructions. And as for all of the matters where a decision needs to be made, Cyvax, you have the experience. Between the two of you, yeah, you work surprisingly well as a team, and managed to put out possibly the best meal that you've put together so far. It helps that Karamaga has a wealth of very exotic ingredients, and you're new to a lot of them, so you take some risk experimenting, hoping that you can just kind of intuit your way through it more art than science. And at the end of the day, yeah, this looks like a solid fucking feast.
and
Team
in
Vulcan
addition,
King.
I will make bread pudding, Egyptian umali, some fish, raw fish on a skewer, partially cooked, slightly, more like rare. A sugary pie, though I don't she's cool with this. Some apples and some potatoes with cream cheese with dog.
This was just adorable.
Do we get
Hi.
served?
I mean, I assume so. I'm not there.
Oh,
Cook it just to not eat it.
Let's all just look at it. Take
Oh.
Instagram pictures.
and then
You just hear a shutter noise every time Vulcan blinks.
Vulcan, let me get the picture.
And then Cyvax remembers that he likes Gray now, so he throws away the dog kebab and hands him some good meat.
The dog kebab.
It's
Oh
in my
my
notes.
god.
There's a dog.
Well, I've never tasted something so good, let alone smelled something so delicious. And it has yet to even grace my lips. I assume we'll all eat together?
Of course.
There is one last thing I could offer you. Well, we can save this for later.
But yeah,
Yeah.
all of you sit down and eat this magnificent little feast, custom made to suit many of your tastes.
Can
Those
I?
of you who have tastes. For Vulcan.
It's apple.
All I'm saying is a lot of food ends up in the bag of holes.
What were you gonna say, Ash?
I was going to say, once I get my hands on that bread pudding.
Well,
It's
yeah.
over. Campaign's
Yeah.
over. I don't need anything else.
I
The
know.
end.
It's like a bread pudding.
Yeah.
Nice.
So Egyptian bread pudding, right? We take a bite out of it. I'm gonna start crying.
I think we can fast
actually-
travel to the rest of the meal.
Vulcan,
like,
she's
actually-
he's leaking. We have a
I
problem.
know.
Like,
It's terrifying.
it's ball. Like, he's actually bawling.
I never get used to that.
And Tentoria will eat as well.
This
But
tastes like
Hers was a
what it's
sugary
cooking.
pie, I believe.
But I'm content with fast traveling through dinner and seeing what tomorrow holds.
Real quick,
Okay.
for Gray Lee's, Savas would privately just say to him, you know, even if you took the mark, that wouldn't mean you joined the friendship. It just means when you die, because all creatures die. You get to choose whether or not you want to go to Haruka or pass on. And if you want to choose to not be alone, the option would be there.
I don't think I'll be taking that decision today, but maybe, just maybe, I may be convinced to change my mind down the future. I mean, hell,
Again, this is not joining the friendship.
one of the friendship was able to protect me thus long on this, honestly, conundrum of an adventure.
I think Gray went down more times than the rest of the party could put together.
Oh yeah.
In both campaigns.
I'm going to say this
Oh my
out of character
God.
just to make sure your character understands. Like, he's saying that you have the mark and it mean utterly nothing. It only matters if you want it to matter.
Oh, I thought you were saying like it only mattered if. I thought you were saying it was gonna bring me back no matter what,
No.
but like
You
I
make
wouldn't
that
be
choice.
part.
In fact, I believe, would Sivas know enough to know? Because I am having trouble with parsing what I know. Do I need to ask you this in private? Like-
For the sake, because I don't know what you're gonna ask me, so
Okay.
let's be safe and.
Sivas's understanding is, should he die, should he die, take the friendship, go to Haruka, and not like it, he can move on.
That's actually a decent question. I don't think you've asked.
Pretty sure that's what Bread told me or you.
I don't think it's an automatic thing. I think it's a thing you can bring up and be like, "Excuse me, I'd like to get off the ride now."
And Brett may
in that
answer.
case, and Brett will answer, hopefully. But I don't think that you have the sense that you could be like at any time you'd be like, done now, and then just leave.
What about the initial
same
part?
way you can't. That you don't have to like care about the friendship to be a part of it.
It's like, if he has the mark, he can make his choice at the moment of his death, whether or not he wants to accept it or move on. He'd have to decide that
the
before.
mark I'll put it this way, applying the mark to someone who doesn't want to go does nothing. Because it needs to be
The
a
mark would
voluntary
still
choice.
be there, though, right?
It would still be there, but
That's-
the
that's
thing
what I'm saying.
is that at the moment of his death, really what it comes down to is, do you believe in the friendship? Like at that point, the mark doesn't do anything until you. I'm not even gonna say like believe, because that sounds kind of horrible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what he's trying to express to him. So, look,
But at the same
you don't want to
time-
be alone. You can join us in Haruka if you want to when you die.
Then yeah. But kind of, I'll put it this way: if he consents to you putting on the mark, then he already does. So that already activates it.
Oof.
You know what I mean? The act of him saying like, you know what, yeah, I want that, is the same as him saying, yeah, I want that.
Okay, so then Sivas wouldn't have made the offer because he.
Yeah. Like if you like held him down and put on the mark and he was like, oh god, stop it, then it wouldn't have done anything. But
It was initially listed as a stipulation so that it wouldn't be abused, but then I thought, well, what if he gives it to somebody that may decide later?
I mean, you don't really know. It comes down to things. It hasn't been tried really all that often, or at least not that publicly.
I don't want to risk this.
Okay.
All right,
But
I
yeah,
wouldn't have offered.
It's up in the air.
Misunderstand.
Right. So like the three you have is like I guess demons, devils, and that shit. It's evil gods. You got the gods in air quotes that are like the domain of good. Then you have the eldest, which are just the Fey equivalent of gods.
That's pretty cool.
I wasn't here for
Noted
that.
for
but
no
whatever.
particular reason.
Sorry, Gray. The
The
conversation never
lantern
happened.
gain is great.
This conversation never happened.
I would say it would be happened. It would just been a little bit modified.
Yeah. Basically, if he offers to give you the mark and you agree, then that is you joining the friendship. Like, it's not a thing where you can give you the mark and then later on you can be like, no, never mind, because it's too late. Then you already accepted. The mark doesn't. You can't turn it off once it's applied, essentially. And once you
Okay.
agree to have it applied to you, it's on there. It's like a tattoo.
Yeah, when the
Only laser tattoo removal doesn't exist because it's on your soul.
But what confused us was that when the rules were explained to me, it made it sound like I couldn't force it on people, but I could give them the option of joining later.
Yeah, you can't force it on
I'm
people.
not going to risk your soul on that, so don't worry.
Yeah, it's still like a really gray area.
Eh?
It's still
Hey, it's a gray area.
No one-
Uh-huh.
no one has really tested the bounds of the friendship in that way, because the friendship very specifically doesn't just tie people up and start applying marks that you know about. Meanwhile, in Geb, no, anyway. But yeah, you can still ask and he can still give it to you, but just know that it's a commitment. It's not something you can just decide. And it doesn't need to be now, because you can always just ask someone later on. Be like, there's plenty of friends all around the world. You can just be like, hey, I knew a guy.
Doesn't have to be kind of special, friend. There's any old schmo. Oh yeah, I'll slap it on you.
Generally speaking, people like you, people who have
Right.
volunteered for this, all know. Because you were meant to be sent to help people.
Right.
People in Geb, people who were kind of living more ordinary lives, people in Haruka in general don't have the knowledge. It's granted to you when you're sent out on missionary work, essentially. And you are on missionary work. Let's not mince words here.
Yeah.
You were sent out to help people, and if they have any questions, here's the pamphlet, essentially.
The pamphlet.
Shouldn't it be the pamphlet? Like Spanish word for bread is pan. Pamphlet.
No, I didn't say that, Pieball.
Well, it would be a lot cooler if you did.
No, it wouldn't, Pieball. But yeah,
Pamphlet.
that's that. If you want to modify the conversation, then fine. But that's what you get, basically. But
That's
I
all,
assume
Cyrus
that Pieball, you're not going to accept that.
No.
Okay. In that case, then yeah, that's sadly the end of the Cybus Gray line.
Oh, man.
Oh, no, wait, I actually can't do that. Fade to black. But still, it's I know, right? But it's a nice moment. You guys all essentially eat. Gray, you're still covered in fake blood.
As
A
it
few bruised
should
cheeks.
be.
I'm still not really sure what your plan is. You're hoping to be found dead by like the people, like the
No.
maids?
Do you remember in my backstory, the routine that I would do with that?
Dude, that was so long ago. No, I don't remember that.
My routine was Gray would be dressed up in a savage goblin outfit, and then like the hero would come in, and then they would have like an epic sword fight on the stage, and they would run into the crowd and still have a sword fight, and then like the hero would always slay the savage goblin, which was Gray, and he was like, I want to be the hero.
Yeah, but eventually someone's gonna have to take your body away, and then you have to like wake up and be like, aha!
Oh yeah. I mean, people knew it was part of the show, but like,
No, I'm saying, who are you hoping to fool by playing dead here?
oh, just the party, just to be like, haha, did it work? Do I still got it?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't get your motive. We got it now. We're good. You just wanted to know if you could still convincingly act like you were dead. And hey, you didn't do a bad job. Vulcan freaked out.
Nice.
You're
I
also
made
dead?
all
What
of
the
my
hell?
friends panic. That's the way that
And got a good meal
should
out
have
of it.
gone. And I got a good meal out of it.
But yeah, so the next morning, we can go ahead and assume that. Actually, you're accompanying them back to Magnum, aren't you?
I
I
would.
didn't quite get the methods here.
Gray would have been convinced. Yes.
Okay. You guys gonna take the tunnel? Or are you just gonna jump off the side and cast Featherfall?
Is there a ship waiting for us at the bottom?
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard. Just it's much easier.
All right, then obviously we're taking the Chad route down. Come on.
Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs.
Oh, I hate this particular exploit, but I allow it because it's fast. So a bunch of you just can walk up to the side. There's probably like one alarmed individual who's like, "You have so much to live for."
No, I don't.
Do a flip.
Vulcan yeets Gray. Just
But
Vulcan,
much.
Vulcan, yeet me. Yeet me.
everybody's getting yeeted. Whoever wants to be yeeted gets yeeted.
I'd like to
Raise my
see you
hand.
try. Sorry. sorry.
Okay, sure.
He's really strong.
I'd like to see you try.
Oh, not today though.
Not
It-
terrible.
That normally would be a
that's
really.
that's still a 15.
That's still a 15, but also Cybus is large now, so like that's a solid like. Not like a
I
a
grapple up to gargantuan.
I know you can, but I'm just saying your distance isn't great. You get him off the ground, you throw him like 5 feet, but it's not like
That's fine. But yeah, it doesn't
Super
matter.
Mario
He's getting
League.
yeeted.
with his wings and flies away.
Team Rocket isn't blasting off again in this particular instance.
Be a lot cooler if they did.
Whee!
But yeah, you guys all coast down to the bottom. Vulcan and Cybus both landing with like a pretty solid thud. And the boats, I believe Braun already left because fuck all that. He wasn't gonna stick around for this whole thing. But you could easily have contracted boats. And so begins the 2-week long. Actually, no, because now you're going with the flow of water. And so begins the 1-week long journey back to Dagmar. Good time. Oh fuck, Bastion.
So we got excited.
I like Bastion. Anyway, good choice. But I can't. I'm distracted by how much I like Bastion. But yeah, you guys have packed enough supplies that you don't even need to stop at Biston at this point. You can just pass right along through. And for a week, you reminisce about the time you just had. Ask Gray what he's doing. Just a lot of shooting the breeze and whatnot. Any crafting whatnot things you guys want to do during your 1 week?
No, I'm just waiting till Magnamar, dude.
Fishing,
Okay, making
cooking, and meditating on the stone.
I'll be still enchanting up that thing to see if I can improve it before we get to Magnamar.
Okay, can I get you guys to roll into Insight and other Arcana, respectively? Okay, and this is a much longer time frame. Vulcan with an 18. You have what you think is a pretty convincing replica. It doesn't put out nearly the same level of power as the old, obviously, as the Arcane Relic does. But what you do have essentially is something that matches the signature pretty much exactly. If you were to separate them, if you were to like have one far away and the other one like somewhere else, because if they're right next to each other, it's easy to do a side-by-side comparison and go, oh, well, obviously this one's really fucking strong. But by itself, this is a pretty convincing replica.
I'll make sure that it gets into Cybus's hands.
Okay. And Cybus, as for you, with your guidance, you've narrowed down the location pretty convincingly to the northeastern section of the continent of Galan. Rund? I don't have it in front of me.
Go run.
But yeah, you're pretty certain that you have the general gist of where the next shard is. I don't know which one it is automatically, correct?
Also, don't know.
You know what shard it is, not exactly where it is,
Oh,
just
you
the
know
direction.
what shard it is. Okay.
Oh, that's how
That
it's been
would
the whole
mean-
time.
That would mean that you know the next one is Envy.
Huh.
And yeah, it is indeed somewhere in either Assyrian. It might be a little bit south towards Nex or Geb. It's hard to say, but it's definitely in that region essentially. It's still a pretty huge area to whittle down, but at least you know where you should be landing, since Sothis is indeed the closest port easing Parisia. But after a week of travel and having worked on the projects you have, you arrive in Magnamore. It's been a solid month or so, a little bit over a month actually, since you left. Seasons are beginning to change a little bit, getting a little bit cold, but Magnamore is more or less unchanged. Very little has happened since you guys left that necessitates any kind of crazy changing of the guards. But the familiarity of the city is enough that you guys just feel a little bit comfortable. And if I'm not mistaken, you still have I'm getting my campaigns mixed up again. Don't you guys have like a permanent residence there, or were you just staying at a place?
Just staying in a place. We don't have a residence here.
That's right. Okay. Sorry, I just got done with Corvosa like the other day, so
So then, yeah, we'll definitely make the Pathfinder Lodge our first stop.
okay. So very quickly, you make your way over to the upper district. Hang on a second. Of Magnamore. The Pathfinder Lodge, as usual, is still open. They don't really close ever. And much like before, Sheila immediately dumps everything else she's doing. Hang on a second. I will get to you in a bit there. It has been. Thank you. I was wondering about that. It has been 2 weeks. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check there, Jack. With a 16. Actually, would you like someone else to help you out with this and like take that 23 because it makes sense for you too. Okay.
I'll have helped them.
Yeah. So with Vulcan's expertise in this kind of thing and your familiarity with the hat itself, you put these things together and find out that yeah, with 23,
I see.
no, it being worn by 10 is not changing anything. However, with the information that you have gleaned from your time in Karamaga, and talking with that particular expert, and with Vulcan giving his own tips as an artificer, you do have an idea of how you can start to do the process yourself. The same way that guy was going to do it, but you know, it'd take a long time and there's a lot of downtime. You just need to keep it there and wait for him to charge it. You could do the same thing, probably not as effectively because you're not an expert, but you're going to be on the water for a long time. Now's as good a time as any to start.
What is the projected time on the water?
Considering the distance, at least a month.
Yeah, I think when we came in the campaign, we had just come from there or from that direction, and I think it was like you said 2.5 months of sea travel.
We'll say a month and a half.
Just
Why
seen
not?
it grab.
All right, so Sheila forks over the money.
Yes. So all of you get a lump sum of 20,000. I don't know how you split it.
4K
I would-
per person.
I would say to Sheila,
The shards are getting increasingly more difficult and dangerous to acquire. And if you have not yet noticed, we lost one of our members in this last outing.
Okay. Well, getting back to RP of things then. So yeah, she slides and you get your hat back. More on that in a bit. She immediately kind of kicks everyone else out. Immediately sits to work, identifying, detect magicking, chronologing, and just categorizing the shard essentially. Yes, excellent. And as you kind of point out that things are getting more difficult, it's like, that is to be expected. Okay, it is a little bit strange, I'll admit, but it's kind of the nature of these things, don't you think? These shards are becoming more noticeable. It seems like more and more people are after them. I understand that you're taking risks, and you kind of point out that Aiden's gone. Who's? Oh, It's a strange fellow with the face straps.
Guy fucking.
He died,
Oh, that's very regrettable. What happened?
Can I?
murdered by somebody seeking the shards.
Yeah, you see her go a little bit pale, like that look of someone who's like, oh, I thought that was just adventuring stuff. Pathfinders, I mean, you guys are familiar that Pathfinders face quite a bit of in the line, risks. That's just part and parcel with adventuring. But being murdered by someone who's after the same goal is not the same as getting stabbed by a goblin.
Right.
And you see her kind of. That unfortunately changes quite a few things. The shards are still valuable. Perhaps I underestimated exactly how valuable they were to some individuals.
Not only was he murdered, we were also attacked by the Red Mantis as well in the city of Biston.
You see her like, kind of, what? Like that look of bewilderment. Is the Red Mantis like? She like, makes like some weird stabby gestures, like Red Mantis.
Red Mantis, as in the king killers of the Red Mantis, yes.
Okay, well, they used to be. Anyway, they're like CR2. Anyway, but yeah, she'll look properly bewildered. I perhaps underestimated exactly how much I ought to be paying you.
I think we need to bring in more than just the Pathfinders at this point.
I think it's very reasonable. You have the location of the next one?
Across the sea. Garund.
Okay.
Which is extra unusual because why would a shard of Thassalon end up in a location that has no ties to it?
If it is as you say, then it's entirely possible that someone has long since beaten us to the punch. It could be in anyone's hands by now, and this person might have taken it along with them to some foreign nation. That's the only thing that makes any sense. Otherwise, there might be some Loon Lord that's decided just to pack up and leave, but I find it highly unlikely.
As do I.
You are correct in assuming that any Thessalonian artifacts are almost exclusively found in the realm of Rhesia. It's the only reason they were undiscovered for so long, essentially. Rhesia has only recently been colonized.
There is one other possible outcome. One that's
When did you get a second Vulcan? Anyway.
I found that offensive.
Go on.
For a
what's
second,
the
I was gonna
Ah,
the one that took the last shard could already have had this one. Could be going to their lair.
I doubt it. But yes, it is worth noticing that when Aiden died, one of the shards was lost in the process.
Thanks, Arden.
you'd also know that the shard that Aiden had was Pride.
Right.
So it's definitely not that one.
Overall, things are not looking great. At this point, it is beyond just the scope of the Pathfinders, and I am not belittling your organization, but I believe we both know that there is an organization already set up specifically designed to handle these things.
No.
You need to bring in the Sahedron Council as soon as possible.
You say that, and you kind of see that look of like, how do I put it? You know that look when you tell someone in retail that you want to see their manager.
Mm-hmm.
That's the look that Sheila gives you. Like really, you're gonna go there?
Sheila,
Okay.
you've done an incredible job, but we've had a member of ours die. We've lost a shard, more are appearing, and we have no idea what happens when they're all put together in one place. It could be a cataclysmic event.
Or
Summon the Slayers.
Could be a calamity.
everything could be a calamity.
What?
Honestly, it's why I want to bring these things together. If they are as powerful, okay. First of all, the research indicates, and she'll start getting out books.
Now.
That's
What do you think will happen when you bring these together?
She's trying to tell you. She's handing you the book.
she'll point out her reasons for thinking this as she goes over some things, and she's like giving you like the Cliff Notes version. It's like all the records we found indicate that when united, all 7 shards form a shield upon which is unbreakable and unpenetrable. No real word on how large the shield is, but it does say that it specifically deflected a calamity, and she'll point out like a section where it's like, yeah, it's a bit hard to tell because A, translations are weird, and B, the translation that exists is admittedly, and those of you who read Thessalonian would recognize this, not in the best condition. And she'll, if any of you point that out, she'll agree and then say, but we have corroborating evidence that supports these claims. Yes, they are undisputably very powerful, and yes, brought together, they have the capacity to exponentially increase that power, but the Pathfinder's stance is not one of cowardice or fear of the unknown, but rather how it can be explored and utilized properly. I understand your caution, and if you do not want to pursue this quest any further, I understand that as well. We have agents currently in ground that are willing, perhaps, I have not asked them obviously, but willing perhaps to pursue this leads.
Willing and not equipped for this current task. We are. If you send them, you will send more men and women to die.
Well, it seems
We
like
will
doing that
continue
already,
this
aren't
quest.
I?
You don't have to. But we will do this. If what you say is true, I do read the research here. An ability to deflect calamities would be incredibly important for the continued survival of all races, especially this city. But when I tell you that the stakes are growing increasingly more dangerous, I am not requesting that you inform the Sahedron Council. I am making a demand, Miss Hydemark.
Hang on a second. Go ahead and roll both of those there. Just getting some DMs. Okay. First one's easy. Yeah, she's not lying. Second one, pretty good roll. You get the sense that, how do I put it? She's putting on a front of confidence that you think is perhaps a little bit. She's beginning to doubt. It's not that she's like doing like, aha, they'll never find out, twirls a mustache. It's not just that she's almost trying to convince herself when she's saying it. Along the same lines, can I get Vulcan to roll an Arcana check?
Arcana?
Actually, no, not Arcana. Just roll me a straight intelligence.
Sure.
Nope. Never mind. But yeah, so that's what you get. Mysterious person.
I haven't used this in a while. Would this apply?
Yeah, you haven't used that in a while. This is related to things. Hang on. This is pretty subjective, but I'd say under the circumstances it does apply. Go ahead and roll another intelligence check.
Sure. 18.
Okay. It's only because you haven't used this in a while, because it's pretty OP ability. Just like sometimes I can roll advantage.
I haven't abused.
It's true. So with that, you can properly point out that according to our own research, correct, it was used to deflect a calamity. But it doesn't anywhere state that that's all it was used for. Whether or not it's capable of deflecting a calamity is at least according to our research, if this is correct, right and proven. But that's kind of like saying, oh, you can absolutely use electricity to power the world, and not mentioning that it can also be used to, electrocute dudes.
Right.
She's drawing kind of a false. She's drawing a false conclusion, essentially. I don't know what the exact terms would be, but
No, I get what you're trying to say. He would point that out to her and then basically say,
You have done an amazing job helping us thus far and organizing things as they need to be, but at this point we need to bring a level of expertise in even above ourselves. Because if we bring these shards together, and it turns out we have just constructed a super weapon that will bring the fall of civilization as we know it, I would like to know before we get the seventh piece and put them all together.
And because your voice modulator makes things a little bit difficult, you're proposing they bring in which organization?
The Sahedron Council. It was established at the end of last campaign. It's all the
Okay.
Slayers, a couple of the big names in Magnamar.
Making sure.
Well, I mean, the Slayers who are still fucking normal.
The
So
Slayers. who are-
Thaddeus, Thaddeus, Victor, and probably retired back.
What's poppin', bitch? Y'all call?
I wonder if Fred would be part of that council, or if he'd just be too busy.
I think he's too busy.
Probably too busy.
And Silas is wherever the fuck Silas is, but I don't think he gives a shit anyway.
He might be dead.
What do you mean? I thought he can't die.
He might.
I mean,
be
he lost
dead.
his powers at the end of the last campaign.
Oh yeah.
No, I decided he didn't because it was more fun for him not to have lost his powers.
What do you mean?
Lame.
Yeah, well, shut
That's
up. Because at
lame.
some point, I can just whip that shit out and be like, "Hey, guess what? Why not?"
That's lame.
I have no plans on Silas, but it's always nice to have the option. But anyway,
Sure.
more on that later, maybe or not. Who knows? Silas.
But yeah, that's what Vulcan's proposing. It's time to bring in a new class of expertise and get some real decent research in here because we don't want to accidentally construct a super.
Okay, your point is well established. We have resources in Garand that we can allocate. There is, in fact, the largest Pathfinder lodge in several continents exists there. Under the direct supervision of what's his name? She'll look around, kind of go through her notes. Norden. Oh, Norden. Well, that's unfortunate. All the same, I'm sure he'll be more than willing to accommodate any requests you have, especially with the. And she quickly kind of starts putting together various notes and seals and just doing official things. Good job, DM. But honestly, I understand where you're coming from. All the same, artifacts of this power, although they are dangerous, cannot be left simply to fall into the hands of whoever is so inclined as to pick them up. You've done an excellent job so far, and I'm sorry for the loss of your comrade. Is Carpart a thing she'd say? Yeah, she's German.
Commandant.
But we cannot stop here simply because the risks are too great. The risk of inaction are equally great. So, if you are willing to pursue this quest line further, then I can make sure that you are both well compensated and better equipped. The problems you face in Assyria are likely to be a little bit more intense and a little bit trickier to navigate than the ones you are accustomed to. Valencia, in general, is very accommodating to adventurers, giant robots, undead. It's a very pleasant experience in general. Assyrian can be less forgiving. All the same, you'll need a guide, you'll need some supplies. Yes, we can. And she starts mumbling to herself as she goes through all of her stuff. Eventually, she just put together enough stuff that she just kind of slaps it towards whoever's in front. We'll say, for the sake of things, Cybus. Can you fit in this building?
If Vulcan can, I can.
If I can, he can.
Okay, fair enough. It's tight though, but she'll do the papers.
That's the
Go.
big main lobby. We fought in here before.
That is true. Good job. But handing you all of the paperwork, she goes, that would be all the documentation you need to get into Assyrian. I understand it's under some tension currently. They might have some rules depending on who is and is not allowed in or out of the country. That should be enough. The Pathfinders still have quite a bit of pull. Once you arrive, we will send word. Well, not once you arrive, we will send word immediately, but hopefully we'll have something to tell you when you do arrive to the Sahedron Council and make sure they're well informed of what is transpiring. If they have any issues they'd like to weigh in on, if they'd like to stop the quest or intervene in any ways, then we will obviously honor their request. But we'll have to wait and see, as they can be very tricky to get a hold of, obviously. That being said, we are agreed that you are continuing, correct?
It is with a heavy sadness that I must say that Gray will be departing this adventure, and I do not blame him as the stakes are getting more and more dangerous by the passing day. I will be escorting Gray to wherever his next destination is and then joining with them as soon as I can.
We will most likely be leaving sooner rather than later, correct?
Correct.
Well, this may be my last time ever seeing any of you, so
It's unfortunate.
it is. Well, I just hope that everything works out for all of you. You'll be sure to find me during my very successful and very lucrative acting and music. You'll be able to see me abroad everywhere. Goodbye, my friend. I'm gonna give Drax's leg one big ol' hug.
I'm gonna try and pick him up and bear hug him.
I'm gonna let that happen.
And and you see like small tears coming out of his eyes.
Vulcan's gonna lean in a little bit.
I still need a few more days.
This is strangely over emotional.
You aren't a part of this. You could turn around.
It's kind of my house.
Well, I mean,
I'm good. Sheila, let me have this fucking moment.
Okay, I'm not saying you can't,
no.
I'm just- it's-
You know what, Shura? Please, Draxus, please
Listen,
let me.
Elle, Sheila,
Sheila,
I'm not the cat lady.
please put me down, Draxus.
Wait,
I'm gonna just let him go.
no wait, Shira wasn't the cat lady. Shira was the cat lady was the villain. Shira. I'm sorry.
Hey Sheila,
Yes.
I need to talk to you after this.
Wait, before that though, I'm gonna give her a hug.
Sheila or Jack? No, you said she.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's personal space. I don't even know you. What's
This is your home, correct? So I thought you might want to be like included.
No, you absolutely misled that. 100%.
Well then, I hope to see you from the stage next. Goodbye. And Grace is gonna fucking dip because he misread that.
Please wait outside, thank you.
Best of luck with your life as a bard. Thinking back, you were like, yeah, how do
So
bards
our members
get
are dropping
busy
off.
fighting dragons?
So the membership of this group is dropping off slowly, but we're doing what we can. I trust that you can start arranging some things for us. Yes, we have some things that we need to do in the city before we go.
What happened?
Talking to Sheila.
Oh, sorry.
I'm guessing he's reading something.
Everyone's always DMing me things. Go ahead and roll for it. No. But moving on.
Yeah, all I said was, I trust that you'll be able to take care of the arrangements and shit for us. Please inform the council. We need to do some shit before we move on to the next phase of our journey.
Okay. So I know a lot of you've already sent your shopping lists, essentially, so we're going to fast forward a little bit. But was there anything else
Wait.
any of you were doing? What's up?
Yes, with Sheila. Have a conversation.
Oh, right.
Make it fast.
I'll try to make it fast.
Just don't RP it. Just go through it.
I mean, yeah, she'll You're in her house.
She jumped.
Like,
You're in her house. You're holding all the cards here.
She jumped to another channel.
yes.
Oh, sorry.
If-
I wasn't.
It's
looking
after
at
we
that.
left.
So,
How's the weather?
Syvas would tell Vulcan that he's not sure what Sheila will tell the council in terms of severity or urgency.
I'll be leaving my own message behind.
Nods.
And what about the shadows the shards you possess?
Vulcan, little shit, come here.
I'll be taking that with me.
Okay.
I don't trust it, Alton. Could you stop?
Come with me.
I'm having a conversation.
Oh.
I don't trust. Could you stop?
Okay, you're bad.
I don't trust them all to be in one place. So I will take this one with me and you keep the others. Keep them separate until we know what they do. Now, if you excuse me, there's a rude artificer who needs my assistance.
Listen. It's not that. Damn it.
What?
Why do they always leave when I'm talking?
It'd be like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is.
Sometimes it do.
So lonely here. Is anybody out there? Hello?
Hello.
Trap.
Why are you sounding in the cage?
Can you help me out here, please?
Sorry, I'm just messing around. There's fewer people to annoy about that. I should turn that off when I actually speak normally.
Man, this is turning out to be a little bit boring, not gonna lie.
Sorry.
I could have been Jello
Sorry for
wrestling
my
today,
part.
gentlemen.
Dude, I busted my ass to be here on time. And then got caught in like a 45-minute car wreck.
I could
Sorry,
be
what?
Jello wrestling right now.
What's Jello wrestling?
Were you wrestling
It's-
some Jello?
Yeah. Like, I'm missing a friend's big birthday party. To be
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, we're done with that.
Hello.
Just out
You're
of-
not here anymore.
You're gone.
I mean, he's
That's
literally
it.
outside the door waiting for me.
Okay.
Yes.
I think I've already said that the sales, the things people wanted to buy, they have bought. Anything else people want to do, have fun.
My purchase is confirmed.
I believe so. That's right. You had quite a bit of setup. You're not sure how successful this is going to be. Are you the one doing the work on that?
On the yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a general dexterity check.
Sure.
With advantage because you're going to hire help for this.
Should I do dexterity or like because I have carpenters and smith's tools?
Wait. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing.
Maybe.
I hate to say it, but you're going to keep it a secret, right? So,
For at least for the next 5 minutes.
okay, hang on. Jump up here with me then.
Sure. Sorry, guys. Something for one of you.
There's more jumping than a trampoline today.
Party members. So, like, are you walking away from the campaign, or are you gonna have another character, maybe?
No, I have another character.
Okay. Dude, my backup character's gonna be great.
Ooh. You have another one too?
I have one planned. I'm not like this is like shit hits the fan.
My backup character is Stan User.
But is he punk?
No, he's gonna Golem Smith.
Yeah, it's funny. Like Syvas may stay in Geb depending on what the conversation with Bread goes. But now it's like, do I really want to do that with two people already leaving?
Yo, but there's some rolls going.
Uh-oh.
Did you guys hear about the sensors that they're finding in Hong Kong? That they put in lampposts. Yeah, they're putting things in the lampposts that have like cameras that could do facial tracking, and like a myriad of other. Facial tracking is the big one.
I'd be more worried about the anti-riot police that are stationed next door training. Pretty much looks like a regular army.
Yeah, that whole thing is just ooh.
Shit! I just fucking saw it. Fuck.
So what?
Okay.
What happened?
Nah, I'm just looking for.
Oh shit! PewDiePie's at 15,000 to go to 100 million.
Yeah, Mr. Grass.
Y'all better make sure that you're doubly.
Already, so
Where is it?
I was stuck a long time.
That's my boy.
Oh my god, so complicated. Anyway. But yeah, you spend your money and you can get all that stuff done.
Oh, okay. I want to stop by the potion store.
Ash, maybe not.
Come.
Well, hang on. You just
Some
said
of
a
us-
thing.
Well, I didn't do a thing. I just said, hey, this is what I'm doing.
Well, that's the thing. That you already sent a list of things, right? Like I said, you're approved for general pricing on all of that. If you can afford it, then you can buy it. I already gave you the list of things you can buy. No, it's everything except for those two things.
Whatever.
Was there anything that wasn't in the list that you wanted?
No. Just never
Okay.
mind.
Then yeah, we're fine. Anyway,
Is everyone gonna get thrown on the boat?
that's my question. Is there anything else we're doing, or are we gonna go ahead and get on the boat?
No, I don't. Well, I was gonna do something, but does it really matter? I guess.
No, what?
Ash, if you can get it done and not bitch about it, just get it done and get it done quick.
If it's, I just.
But if
I
it's gonna be something that if you don't do, you're gonna mope about it for the rest of the game, then do it now. That way you're happy.
Like, it's fine if you want to do something. It's just that I already said you have those potions, and if you have those potions, you already have your answer.
I think she wants to meet the crazy drug dealer, the mathematician.
Oh god.
No, not that guy. The guy who gave us the acid.
That's the mathematician.
No, it's
no,
not.
it's not.
Oh, a whole different guy.
Billiver was the guy who gave
Billivin.
you Billiver's oh shit, Billiver's effulgent? Effulgent elixir. Yes, sorry. I mean, it was an excellent effulgent elixir. Yeah, different guy, because he was like, "Oh, you want drugs? You want to go to that guy down at the fucking underbridge," and that was mathematician. Billiver was a different guy.
She's doing this privately, or is she like trying to figure this out in front?
I don't know. Are you?
I don't care if people see me or not.
But yeah, you if you head down to Billiver's, then yeah.
I written his name down as Billivin. Oh well.
Was it Billivin or Billiver?
I wrote down Billivin.
We'll go with
Billy
Billivin.
now.
Because I'm doing this entirely based on memory, so Billivin sounds probably right. Yeah, is anyone else going with you or just by yourself?
No, I mean, like I said, I don't care if people follow me or not.
Okay. Heading down to the Ordelia district, pretty small, pretty heavily industrialized area. It's a good stopping point. No, wait, not Ordelia. No, it was right the first time. Pretty heavily industrialized. Going to a like little shitty dive type potion area. What everyone? Okay. So many fucking secrets all the time. What's your passive perception, Jax?
Very shit. It's a 13.
Okay. So making your way down there, you head to the shit little place. Still like nothing labeled. Like all of the potions here are just different colors, and it makes stealing them kind of a risk because you have no idea. But there's no one at the table. You might remember this from last time. Just vacant store.
Is there like a little doorbell kind of thing, like a
There is.
dinger? I'm gonna start dinging it abusively.
God, hang on! You only have to ring it once. I'm in the middle of something very important. And
Hey, it's me.
Okay. Listen, last time, if I'm not mistaken, one of us lit the other one on fire.
Yeah,
Now, I don't remember which one of us,
it was you.
but let's not have any kind of accidents.
I
He'll
just
come
wanna
out.
buy
He'll
some
come out
potions.
with a couple of oven mitts, holding what seems like a bubbling cauldron. He just kind of plops on the table. Okay, now what is it you actually wanted?
Potions.
I understood that. I'm not selling armor.
I'm not. I don't want armor. I
That's,
just want actual potions.
what kind of potions would you like? He says civilly.
I'm gonna lean in and say, "You got any good shit like potion of heroism?"
I mean, yeah, that's not particularly difficult.
Can you give that to me?
Wasn't that on the list of things that I said you could absolutely buy and it wasn't a
Yeah,
problem?
but I wanted to get them from the sky.
Oh, I understand. Go ahead. Go ahead and roll medicine. Not you. The person who's listening in. You know who you are.
You got it right now, boss.
And no.
Also, I would like to say, the stuff that he gave me for me and my goblin friend, well, let's just say they got trashed, and because of that, because goblin friend had a really bad episode, so I didn't really get a chance to use them. But I'm fine with that though.
But yeah, he'll pass it along and just be like, he'll charge you whatever the going price is for these things, essentially. And really, that's it. You're not here. You're not gonna buy, I don't know, drugs or
Well,
demand that I give you a discount. You're being very suspiciously nice right now, and honestly, it's a little bit off-putting from what I know about you.
I'm just really sad. I don't want to. I don't want to be angry right now.
You know, I have something for that. And you see him immediately just like tear off into the back room.
Oh God.
I've been testing a new formula. I call it. I want to make it something exotic, like
Tahiti.
Xantax.
Oh my god.
No, Tahiti.
Xanax.
Zoland. No, it's the Z is important. I feel like I know the Z is important. But you see him
Tahiti?
come back. You see him come back with something. Okay, now this might cure your sadness, or it'll make you unable to be happy ever again. One of the two. Brain chemistry is very difficult, but
Oh my god.
if I'm right, I've cured sadness. I just haven't found a willing test subject. Free of charge.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm gonna look at it.
Looks like a potion. I mean, it's not bubbling ominously. It's not like melting the bottle. It's just some liquids in there.
I'm gonna look at him. How the fuck, dude? How'd you manage to do this?
Okay, it's all very delicate, but I thought maybe, just maybe, the brain has like a tiny man inside of it, and maybe this man gets thirsty, but every time you drink something, it just goes right into the stomach and not to the brain. So I thought it needs to be something that penetrates the membrane between mouth and skull. Something that really just soaks the cranium.
I love how he understands that there's a blood-brain barrier, but he believes there's a fucking man in your.
Oh, I love it so much. This is most certainly gonna kill Draxus or anyone else who drinks.
This is Draxus's face right now.
I swear if it's a fucking
Ah,
JoJo's
shit!
meme.
I fucking posted the wrong chat. Hang
Okay,
on.
good. But also if it's a JoJo's meme, you're
I'm
getting
sorry.
server muted.
I don't even know what that's from.
Drink
but
it, no
okay.
balls.
Can I drink it right now?
I mean, absolutely. I'd be more than happy to observe the effects firsthand. I honestly thought you were just going to send
I'm
me a
gonna chug
letter
it.
or something, but okay.
Oh my
Roll a
God.
Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god, let's fucking do this, dude.
Shit. Okay. Taste. It's not the worst thing you've had. You've drank worse things from this guy, in fact. But this the flavor could be better. You don't really feel any different at first, and for a minute you're waiting for the shoe to drop before eventually you're like, okay, I guess I'm a little bit less sad. But maybe it's just because you're thinking about it. Like, it's really hard to tell if you're actually less sad or if you just think you're less sad.
Placebo
Placebo.
effect.
But I don't know how much of that you say.
Well, it tastes pretty bad, but I don't feel any different.
Like, at all?
I mean, I feel less happier, but I'm not sure that's placebo.
You mean less unhappy? Also,
Huh?
the placebo effect has not been invented yet. By which I mean, no clinical studies have been done on whether or not the placebo effect is a thing that exists.
Alright, well, I guess I'll just say, well, I don't feel any less unhappy.
That's progress! You don't feel any worse! I've neutralized the bad aspects. I just need to amplify the good ones. Very important step. Not making it lethal. Good job.
Can
You did
you,
well.
can you make it taste like cherries?
What?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, am I making a cherry beverage? Is that what you came for?
Well, I mean, it tastes pretty better, so I thought, you could make it taste better.
You make it taste better. It only cures you of depression or something. You want a cherry flavor now, you ungrateful little shit.
Well,
Make
actually,
sure it's not
no.
grape.
You should have said I could have gotten you a strawberry.
No, you know what? It's fine. Cherries don't at all interfere with the delicate chemical balance I've strove to achieve. You see, grab a bunch of, flavoring, chemical things, just toss them in there. I'm sure it's fine now. Here, it's cherry flavored.
Did I? I'm sorry that if I have insulted you. I mean, I'm pretty sure that you are a really good chemist.
I was trying really hard, and I thought I got somewhere. And this is...
Yeah, I'm gonna kneel down to his side and just start patting his shoulder. You did, and I'm proud of you.
Wait a minute, you're not an asshole. You're being nice. It works! It works! He's immediately gonna just chug like a dose.
Oh no!
Hang on.
Oh no!
And immediately just kind of just chug it. Oh, it's cherry flavored. It actually.
Oh,
And he's gonna pass out.
oh.
Oh shit, dude! I'm gonna check if he's okay.
He has a pulse.
But is he dying?
Roll medicine check.
I just did.
He did. 17. He doesn't seem like he's dying. It's hard to say. You're not an alchemist per se. He's. It looks like he's hit hardcore alcohol poisoning, but without the vomiting, and just he's out. Like hardcore anesthetic, just out.
I think that's called the NPC closing that encounter for you.
Congratulations, you've identified.
I'm gonna try and put him to bed and give him a little cup of water before I leave.
So far as you can tell, he doesn't have a bed. What you do find is kind of a nicely arranged assortment of clothes in a corner. that seem like they've been lived in.
I'll also write a note to say I'll get you a mattress in the future, Beaky Face. And then just leave.
Conveniently, he's not taking your money, by the way, for the potions he gave you.
I'll leave the gold.
Oh, look at you being a nice person. The medicine really did work.
Shut up.
But taking your potions and leaving Bilivin to sleep off whatever antidepressant haze he has induced himself into, you leave Bilivin's effulgent elixirs. Congratulations, you survived yet another encounter with Bilivin. Oh right, you're around. Give me a second. Okay. Then yeah. So with all of your errands seen to, yeah, don't worry about it. He'll live. With all of your errands seen to, you all arrive the day of departure. I know, Vulcan, you have quite a list of things. Essentially, we're gonna get to the part of just like, all right, you guys are gonna get on the boat now. Go.
Captain Jack.
Jack.
You lost him to the rest of the match.
Captain Jack.
Not yet. Sorry. Distracted by other things. Are we actually good to go now?
We are just about there. Vulcan has something for you.
What?
Would you mind following me real quick?
Sure.
He would lead you down to the docks and stop at. Well, just start walking the docks and say,
I understand you used to sail. What was the name of your ship?
Why?
I've always wondered what it would be like to name a ship and have a ship of my own. But I don't have much use for it, so...
And Vulcan stops in front of a ship and goes,
I got this one for you.
Hey, Blank, what kind of ship is it?
Pretty impressive ship, all things considered. Actually, two things. One, pretty impressive ship, all things considered. Which is to say, it's big. It's the kind of ship that you could pretty easily mount like an actual array of like cannons to. It's not like a two-man rowboat here. We're talking like full-on cargo hold, like twin masts. Proper fucking ship. Second thing, piece of shit. It is banged up. It's
got recent patchwork.
It's seaworthy. But it's nothing to look at for sure.
For specifics, it is a long ship.
I'm sure that's a technical term, but I'm just like, yeah, good
Goes
ship.
3 miles per hour.
Woo!
So not like a skipper or like a rowboat or anything like that. Or not like actually Pirates of the Caribbean. I show up on a
No, I'm not gonna make you pilot across the sea in a rowboat. I got you an actual ship.
Wow, that's like the second nicest thing anyone's ever done for me.
I know you've been away from the sea for too long and that you lost your vessel. And since you are returning to the sea to get to your next location, I wanted to give you something as a thanks for helping us for as long as you have. I know you have your own goals in mind and you're after your own glory, but what is a captain without his ship?
That's a good point.
The ship is registered under your name now. You're free to name it whatever you like. I will join you in Garund as soon as I can, but first I'm going to escort Gray to wherever his next destination is.
I wish you Godspeed. I'll come up with the name with this one worthy of it and of your your gratitude. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And
Oh,
You go ahead.
here, in case you really, really need it, if things go really south while you're with Gray,
Things
I'm,
shouldn't reach that degree, hopefully.
What were
I'm
you
gonna
gonna say?
give you I'm gonna give you 2 potions.
What is it?
Well, first, can you drink potions?
I
Do these
can.
affect you?
I can have them alchemically injected into the systems, yes.
All right. So yeah, this is a potion of growth. I know you're big, but have you ever considered being bigger?
Constantly. In fact, I'm working towards it currently.
Well,
This
this will help
is
you with that.
an incredible boon, thank you.
And the other, this is a potion of heroism. I trust you. I trust your judgment. You'll know when to use it.
Vulcan will take the second one and hold it close to him for a little while and say,
Thank you. I wasn't always the best deputy, but I hope I can be a good hero.
Me too, bud. Me
Please
too.
protect them while you're out there and make sure that they come home.
I will.
Gray doesn't know this, but what I'm about to do is very stupid. However, it is going to get anybody following you off your tail for at least 16 to 24 hours, so please use that time wisely and leave as soon as possible.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there.
This is going to be a safe trip, correct? Like,
Absolutely. I've already hired the best guards.
Oh, marvelous. I was actually hoping that there should be a new bloom of flowers. I was hoping to write a song about.
Yes, we will go see the flowers. I will show you the flowers, Lenny.
Oh, wonderful. Will you tell me to
Goodbye,
look at the
Captain
pretty
Jack.
flowers?
Goodbye, Captain Jack. Godspeed.
Safe travels to you. Godspeed to you as well.
I leave the team to you.
and as I turn around, I kind of just scoop Gray up onto my shoulders, and as I'm walking away, the last thing anybody can hear me mumble is,
Oh boy, I cannot wait to show you what Sandpoint is like.
Wait, show me what is like?
Sandpoint is like.
Oh, I don't know what that is, but
As I round the corner, I say,
Oh man, do you want to see Hobbs Sanitarium?
Okay, let's not go there.
So many bad things happen there. I'm going to show you.
We found a house that just screams when you poke it.
oh my god.
and that is where I think Gray and Vulcan will.
Feels bad, man.
And they were never seen again.
Roll the credits.
But anyway, but yeah, with Vulcan and Gray walking off into the sunset, and putting into action another entirely separate thing of fucking DMs. The rest of you now have a boat. Did you? I'm sorry, because I was reading things. Did you decide what to name your ship?
Put me
He's
on
gonna
the
give it
spot,
some
why
thought.
don't you? Yeah.
You don't
I'm
have
not
to.
gonna.
You can always just say the SS something for now.
The SS2 for flinching.
Lady
Just call it the
Vengeance.
ship for now. Well, no, I don't want to
know.
reuse the name that I already was using
No, I know.
because that's bad luck.
She'll name it the Friend Ship.
I'm gonna go with no.
No
Cat's
for you
paw.
tonight.
Perfect name.
I like
Take it or
Cat's
leave
paw.
it.
Again,
We're
you
not
don't have to
even
name
there.
it. It's your ship. You could just be like, no, we're fine. Think on it. You got a month.
Before they're into
Yeah, that's
registration
fair.
paperwork is due. You'll be ticketed.
Hang on a second. Oh, of course I don't have it open. Why would I have it open? Oh, right, because it's on a different goddamn thing. Hang on. Mostly, I'm just trying to remember what the name of the dockmaster is. There it is. Vert. I remember him now. Yeah, so Vert is a pretty, like, a sailor of, like, 60 years old. So, like, he's still, like, fucking Popeye. He can still kick your ass. But surprisingly never uses a clipboard for any of his comings and goings on Magnemar's docks. He just memorizes everything. But as you guys stroll up to the still unnamed, pretty impressive, if bitted piece of shit boat, goes, oh, all done and paid for. You lot looking to depart?
We are.
I'm not one to stop you then. We got an open lane for you in about an hour. Anything you want to get ready, we can have our own men go over it, make sure she's seaworthy. So far as we can tell, it seems to be fine, but if you want us to do that check for you, pretty nominal fee.
Do I register this boat here?
Oh, it's already been registered.
All right.
But since it's simply exchanged hands, so to speak, you can rename it as you'd like. I did have a name previously, but I don't think I wrote it down anywhere. So yeah, functionally, it's just if you want to depart, then he can just write down the previous name for it, and Magnamore will operate under the assumption that's fine. But all the same, things need to be maintained insofar as you need to not crash into other boats. Hang on a second.
We do actually have a name for it. Certainly not as fancy as the last one, which was the Umberlee's Disdain, which is super sad because that's a good name. Although it's pretty much guarantees you to get fucking wrecked.
It's sad what we're gonna do to this boat. Boaty McBoat face. No.
Well, Umberlee is like the bitch queen of the sea. It's meant to poke fun at her. She's a god.
Do it.
No, because that was the last ship. This one, let's go with Wave Dancer.
Okay. All right. You'll see him again, just kind of committed to memory. If there was a notepad, he would jot it down. All right, Wave Dancer it is. Set to go then. So you can set sail in about 1 hour. Like I said, you should have a lane clear. At that point, wish you calm seas and safe journeys.
Thank you.
He'll clear the way, and essentially, yeah, if anyone wants to jump on the ship, it's anticlimactic, I know, but all the same.
Cyvas will go over and look at for any spots he can mend using mending.
Okay, go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
It is.
Wait, no, sorry, not Wave Dancer. Shit. What was it? Windfinder is what it was.
Shit, what was it? The greatest ship from the sea.
The Windfinder?
The Windfinder? Alright.
Yep.
Oh, you're going to just call out over your shoulder. No, wait! Better name!
Well,
Con.
the trick to it is Wave Dancer is a reference, and I don't want it to be like the exact name, where Windfinder just works just as well. As opposed to Wave Dancer.
Okay, so...
And if all goes to plan, eventually I'll have my hat fully powered, and I can just power the ship to effectively always have wind.
Funny you should say that. Anyway.
Oh, God.
Well, you're going to be, like I said, you've been given the method of how to charge your own hat. It's just going to take a long time, and guess what you have? I'm not going to say it's going to be fully powered. That would take forever, but you can at least get
Yeah, no, that actually takes a bloody lifetime.
Yeah, but you can get the process started. For a ship of this size, you might not be able to get to the point where you can power the ship, but like I said, we'll get there in a second. But with that investigation check, you can find a couple spots, but I mean it's a cantrip. You can kind of just mend however much you want, as much as you want, and it's not going to hurt the ship ever. But you're not really sure you're helping. It's kind of like it looks nicer. You're not sure if the spots you mended were structural weaknesses or if they were just a little bit weird looking.
That's fine.
What is happening in your background of your thing? Hang on.
This?
Yep.
There's some slight background music for Savas would be playing. Quite enough to where it's not annoying.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's just anytime Cybus walks up, he's got a hurdy-gurdy. A giant hurdy-gurdy now. But yeah, so with everyone on board, is there... I don't want to keep saying, is there anything else we're doing, but it just seems kind of like it should be a momentous occasion. I guess it's really not. It's just eventually...
We're going to a new land.
Eventually you get everything set, the hour is upon you, and with very little fanfare, essentially just Dockmaster Vert just unmoors the ship from the harbor and kind of waves as the sails unfurl in the Windfinder for the very first time. There you go. And immediately Cybus begins playing sea shanties. It's going to be a very long month and a half.
I mean-
Tintori is very frequently thinking about slitting his throat, thinking something might happen.
I mean, unfortunately,
Yeah, better
wouldn't
songs than
stop
this.
anything.
Are there private quarters?
Yeah, the boat's big enough that it has like a full crew. If anything, it's understaffed considering it only has the number of people it has.
Yeah. I'm gonna spend the rest of my day. Did you get that?
You're just gonna spend the rest of your day being alone?
Yeah.
Okay. Seriously, what did you put on there?
Nothing.
We'll find a better one.
Or we fast travel to the continent.
We could do that. It's a month and a half. During this time, can I go ahead and get Jack to make an Arcana check?
Good stuff,
Yep.
Hurdy-gurdy.
Can't find Savas. Buried under the mountain of playlists I have.
14.
Okay. It's just distracting hurdy-gurdy is all. During this time, you're getting a feel for the boat. The Windfinder isn't the best ship on the ocean for sure. You wouldn't have been able to pay for it if it was. But you can tell that it's got good bones, so to speak. With the proper repairs and augmentations, it could easily be a good replacement for the ship that you lost. Maybe not quite as good, but that's the nice thing, is that you can always just add more. During this time, you spend a lot of time with your hat, just quietly keeping that steady stream of magic going towards it through the methods that you've been instructed. And after about a couple weeks, you do get you can go ahead and add this to the list of things you can do, basically. The illusion capability of the hat, being able to change into any head-based gear, now extends to essentially just a full-on disguise self that can be changed at any time. So it no longer requires a spell slot. The hat can just augment your entire appearance.
Woo. With that, I'll go ahead and hand off the wand of disguise self to Xylas.
Okay. Keep in mind that disguise self only works within one size category, so you can't. I don't think you can look medium-sized.
I look like 4 medium Savas.
Just walking in a tight group in a weird way.
This wand has 15 charges left.
That was like if it wouldn't work with Savas, it's fine.
I mean, it could work. It's just you have to be disguise yourself as something large.
A wall.
And
I'm just a wall. Cute on me.
but yeah. So your hat has regained that ability, and it can also, you know how your hat works. The square foot area that it can now control essentially on a long rest is 10 feet.
Neat.
So within a 10-foot kind of hut, or an in room basically. We'll go with we'll say that, like an in-sized room, basically a single room. It's the operating thing. I don't know what kind of square footage that is.
I had it all written down somewhere. I don't recall where, but I'll find it again.
Right. So it's on that level, where at this point you can easily set up a room to work with your hat. Not as big as your entire boat. Still a long shot from there, but at the very least, you've regained that much invisibility. More of that to come. During this time period, Tentoria, I assume, is going to want to try to figure out what the fuck's up with her shadow arm.
She'll be communing quite a bit.
Okay. It's a long and isolating month and a half at sea. During this time, Tentoria's weird, seemingly custom rune mark has solidified into something that doesn't look Thessalonian, to be perfectly honest. It's definitely none of the 7 schools, and from what Tentoria knows about Thassalon, it's either something that doesn't exist in the traditional Thessalonian schools of sins, I guess you could say, or virtues.
Uh-huh.
Or it's something that's just a weird version of one. It's hard to say. Because, I mean, what am I going to say? It's just not one of the 7. It could mean anything, really. During this time, she would also notice that where previously it just encompassed that one arm where the rune mark was, more recently, when she's called upon that power, it's kind of spread to encompass most of her torso and that arm.
Gotcha.
After unleashing it at Luga, it seems like it's grown in its influence.
Okay.
She'd also noticed that she's a little bit more emotional than she was. Like, she's quicker to anger, and a little bit short-tempered, I guess you could say.
Gotcha. Well, she definitely doesn't want that, so she's going to be focusing on controlling herself and this as much as possible, and seeing how the marks growing on her relate to the marks that she scribbled off that.
So the marks that she scribbled before, let's see if I remember. These were the marks that you found, because I remember it happened just recently.
It was on
I
the
forget what triggered
corpse
them.
of that creature that was reflecting damage back.
That is right. Thank you. With further study and a little bit of prompting, how much do you want to rely on the arm to do the work here? Because she can kind of trance out and see if her arm does that same process and see if she can get any more out of it. But at the same time, that might cause the arm to gain foothold in whatever it's doing to her.
No. Again, she is not going to let this control her or get the best of her. This is either a symbiotic relationship or it's not a relationship at all.
Okay.
So she'll completely eject it before she does anything else. If it tries to take control or do anything like that, she'll find a way to eject it, and she'll make that very clear.
It's
she
hard
doesn't
to
give a
say.
shit.
It's hard to say whether or not it's trying to take control, because it might be because it does the things that she wants it to do. It's just that you get the idea. At no point does she feel like she's lost control. It's just that it's easier to be influenced by it. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And as far as symbiotes go, that might be great, but you don't want to be wrong.
Exactly.
So okay, if you're being super cautious about it, then the amount of go ahead and make an Arcana check for me. We'll see how much you can figure out about this weird symbols. $12. Nothing you didn't already know before. Just that, much like the rune mark that's on her, it doesn't belong to any particular school. Rather, this is a combination of several. But you already knew that. The act of mixing different aspects is something that every school does. There's always aspects of every school and every spell, but this seems far more complicated, and as such, you don't really understand it. It's just what the math tells you, but it's above your pay grade.
Gotcha.
During this time, probably once or twice over the course of the trip, Tentoria's arm would probably, even without her conscious decision, kind of do that same routine where it will scribble out random things. Usually the same kind of repeating messages: must be made whole, the rune words must be stopped, reclaim what was lost is a new one that pops up.
What was that last one?
Reclaim what was lost.
Okay.
Just some weird shit, and especially if she doesn't want to give into it, then she's not going to press for more.
She'll put up some mental blockades, but she's not gonna let any control get lost greater than 40%.
Okay. You, or I should say 10. Tentori gets the sense that the shadow thing doesn't really think like a person. It writes, and it seems to be capable of filling in the blanks when it comes to arcane, like, incantations, but personality-wise, it doesn't seem to have any kind of basis, because when she's talking to it, it doesn't seem like it, like, listens, or doesn't listen. It's not that sentient. It's almost like a reactionary type response, more than it is a conscious one.
Okay, then she'll, if she understands that whatever is inside of her is not necessarily sentient and more a kind of reactionary force, she'll still be wary, but she'll let more of it come.
Okay. We'll probably get to more of it later then. But we'll say that's basically for all you get out of that for your month and a half. It's just kind of, it's really hard to tell anything, and anything you learn is going to be inherently kind of risky. Cybus just practices his hurdy-gurdy. Is there anything that Cybus is doing for this month and a half?
Fishing, tuning to the stone.
I'm sorry, doing what?
Cooking, meditating, fishing, tuning to the stone.
Okay, yeah, attuning is fine. You still get that sense I told you about last time. Obviously muted now that it's been shielded. The location of the Shard of Envy is still unchanged, still where you think it is. You're still going straight towards it. Your meals are getting better at sea. You're compensating for the limited supply.
Only had a handy spice, a handy haversack of spice.
And yeah, no one would send. You're on the ocean. No one's gonna like show up with like a letter. So, fortunately, or unfortunately, as the case may be.
Owls.
What? No.
No.
Look, there's a new meal.
It's the ocean.
Ascending, maybe, not a fucking owl.
I mean, you don't know that.
I do know that.
I mean, you don't know that.
I've
No, we know that.
personally been an owl trainer for 8 years.
Uh-huh.
They are allergic to seafood.
What's the Always Sunny quote? I don't believe that, but I don't know about stars to
Call out your bullshit.
Anyway, it sounds wrong, but I don't know about stars to contradict it. But yeah, and so hang on.
I started out Vietnam flashbacks.
Hang on a
Which
second.
I might say might happen.
Because I always get my places
Victoria
wrong.
Be there for you when she's not busy, because she knows you're going back to an uncomfortable.
If I'm not mistaken, you guys start off like here-ish? And over the course of a month and a half, going with currents. You miss your stop? But ultimately, you changed. No, hang on. You get the idea, though. It's a long and unbroken stretch of just coastline just passing by. Every now and then, you see some interesting things. People waving from the coast. Maybe a few shipwrecks that are alongside. A couple of questionable-looking things deeper in the water. But nothing bothers you. There's no Kraken attack. We're not that level yet.
Can I guys tell you a story?
Depends on the story.
Well, I want to say it in the character. So, one time I was spending some time at the docks. I was getting quite tired of working in my shop and shit. I was working the daily grind. One night, I see this ship, beautiful big ship too. Had a bit of a dragon head on the top. Pretty. And out come these two people, right? One of them, I couldn't even tell. was humanoid, obviously, but I couldn't even tell what kind of race it was. Next to him was this big, tall dragonborn. Red, too. It was amazing. Both of them were really arrogant looking fuckers, but, you know, they're pretty cool. Apparently, they're some sort of god-chosen kind of people, you know? So, I'm not sure what the fuck they're talking about, so I just so I said to them, cool. And they told me that their ship could talk. Thought, oh wow, talking shit. How the fuck did you do that? And they said, fucking magic, man. They laughed.
I'm gonna lean over. Centauri's gonna lean over to Sivas. Is this going so?
I might have taken some drugs that night. I'm not really too sure. It was very blurry.
Why are you bringing this up?
Because I had nothing else to talk about, and I want to.
Sometimes you don't have to fill the silence.
Centauria.
Yeah,
I'm going back to a place where I don't want to be.
I get that. I
I
get
want to feel
get
at least
you're
less
anxious.
uncomfortable.
But somehow your stories make me feel anxiety. I think it's the chaotic nature of who you are as a person that when you start telling a story, my heart sinks and I start to panic, and I'm not quite sure why. Nothing else has that effect on me, only you. So why don't we go drink together in the cabin? We relax a little bit, and we just take whatever happens in stride.
I'm gonna frown.
Alcohol. Come. She'll kind of drag you along.
And
know
so
that-
a month passes. I feel bad. All the same, actually, yeah, let's go ahead. You guys eventually, and the coast is unchanging. You do see the climate slowly shift from the more temperate kind of western climates of Vresia, and to the south, the more hostile, arid climates of Garund. But on a day just like any other, on a section of the coast that is unremarkable, you do see a collection of towers, and even above the highest one, a glistening black dome that dominates the skyline. This, even in a distance, you can tell is a city of pretty sizable construction, and the amount of boats that are coming and going from its port show that it's, at the very least, carrying out business as usual. You guys have probably heard at this point that Sothis, an Assyrian general, is undergoing a lot of tension, a lot of pressure. There's a lot happening, but from out here, it's all on fire. You don't see any Tarask thundering down the coastline, and ships seem unbothered. And as such, you arrive in the ports. You do, because you, Jack, would certainly know, you can't just pull up to any random place. So arriving, kind of waiting your turn to get tied off to a mooring. You do have kind of a rowboat kind of pull up, and I hate to say Egyptian looking because Egypt doesn't exist in Pathfinder or Dungeons and Dragons, as the case may be. But I should ask actually, Jack, did we say whether or not you'd actually been to Assyrian?
I don't think we ever spoke about it. I think we determined, well, I sailed the seas, so, I could have been anywhere. Could have been, 2 places.
Well, the port as major as this, he might have passed through it at some point.
Yeah, my question is only: are you familiar with the customs and the people, or are you just like, oh yeah, I've heard of it?
Out of character or in character?
I mean, out of character, I know you. You're a fucking Pathfinder nerd, but in character.
In character? Do you want to be high or low?
Wait, what?
Do you want to be high or low?
Down low
Yes.
or private, I think. On the
Oh,
record,
no,
private.
I mean,
No,
then I have no idea what you're asking me.
I'm rolling for it.
Oh, okay. Well then try to roll high.
No. Does not appear like I've been here.
I was like, Jesus Christ, you rolled a 32. Oh, it's then yeah. You're familiar enough with, and they intentionally make these things so that even if you're not familiar with the city, you're familiar with the protocol, the handshake, essentially. So you wait your turn as an Egyptian-looking person, I should say an Assyrian-looking person, rose up, and in a heavy accent, but still common. Hail. Do not have you on record. What ship is this?
This is the Windfinder.
You see him consult a clipboard.
Or new.
He has that casual ease, the sea legs of someone who's been doing this, dozens of times a day, hundreds of times a year. Kind of looks back up. Yes, okay. We have you slated for approximately half an hour. Wherever you are, put your sails down. We will tow you into port in just a moment.
Okay. Will do.
Okay. Getting a better look at the harbor from where you are, you can see the beginnings of duress or tension. Ships are being searched. Not like aggressively, not like being torn up or anything like that, but as each ship docks, you see a couple of soldiers, or again, different garb, but a soldier is a soldier is a soldier. A couple of guards board each ship, and a couple moments later, or not minutes later, I should say, emerge from the deck. Usually without too much of a fuss. Every now and then you'll see them kind of arguing loudly, but no one's getting cut down. It's kind of the general squabbles you see when it's like, hey, what are you doing with this? It's not mine, yada yada. You get the idea. You've seen this kind of thing plenty.
Yep. I will ask the dockhand. Well, one, what's your name? What should I call you?
Give me a moment, because I completely dropped my name list. Here it is. You can call me Gamal. Gamal Ket.
You sure it's not Horus, sir?
No, it's Gamal. We're in Egypt now. Shut up.
Sure it's not Osiris?
Horus would be the best place for it.
Yeah, or Osiris?
You were good. Sorry.
Did he say his position?
He's not. I don't know. Boats. He's not the dockmaster or anything like that. He's just one of many people that have this exact same job, just going out, making sure that every ship
so it's
here
just
is on the manifesto. Just a dockhand. Thank you. Words.
A yeoman.
Go ahead and write that down.
What
was that?
So should I pay the docking fee? And I guess I don't entirely know how long we'll be here. Is it all right if I pay a week in advance?
Should be fine. He seemed to tally some things up. Docking fee is approximately 2 gold a day.
All right. Well, here's 14 gold.
Okay. All right then. Thank you for your patience. You see him he has a coin purse essentially. Go ahead. Nah. Roll insight. Nah, you guys are
I'd like
fine.
to point
He's
out
not
that the
robbing you at
person
all.
who just joined is not Blank Mage.
Hey, Lemon.
Hey.
Sorry.
At least we're
Haven't
not
seen the
doing it. I
not
put in the
blank
effort.
mage trick before. Yeah, at least he had the good sense of mimicking my avatar. Anyway,
Did somebody have
But
to
yeah,
talk to me for 30 minutes thinking I was you?
Hey, it's
You're a-
Lemon. Hey,
you're a
Lemon.
bastard. Anyway,
It is me.
oh,
Haven't had time because I found a new server to play on.
that's it.
Wow.
Traitor.
Yeah, I
Fireball is
know.
just like
Yep.
Hey,
Random.
what's the name of
Random.
this other server? So I can-
unfaithful boyfriend meme.
It's the Explorer's
God.
Landing.
We just had a goblin leave our party.
No.
In Warforged.
LSG.
But anyway. But yeah, so handing over the money, within a couple minutes, your ship is indeed towed. A couple of rowboats. It's tricky. Your boat's pretty big. They have a couple of dedicated like they don't have tugboats obviously back in these days, but they do have like galleys that have way more people than is required, specifically for the act of towing. But bring you over to a dock, tie you off, and as you step off onto the pier, give me a moment. God damn it. Yeah. Seeing pretty, again, sailor type, leathery skin, heavy set, pretty fucking built lady. Pretty nasty scar on one side of her face, but looks you over as you depart. Welcome to Assyrian. My understanding is that this is the Windfinder.
Yes, it is.
Well,
And you are?
my name is Lapis. No last name, none needed.
Nice to meet you, Lapis. I'm Jack.
That's a fairly common name overseas, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
Alright, Vulcan, you're not here. All the same, she'll shake your hand, and you can tell that it's kind of one of those things where she's probably squeezing it a little bit harder than she needs to. But as I'm sure you understand, these are trying times in the Syrian. I'm sure you have some level of documentation.
Tits.
Oh, that was steps
Yeah.
forward.
If I recall, we in truth, out of character, I don't think we
Sivas
got
steps up and hands
documentation
out the
formally.
documentation.
No, you absolutely got documentation from
Oh,
Sheila.
Oh,
super. Was it Sivas that got the documentation? Or was
I believe, yeah, we can
oh,
hear
we
you.
can hear you.
okay.
Yeah, he was the closest, because then remember at that point I was like, oh, hey, do you fit inside the building? Yes, you do.
Yeah, Sivas walks up and offers papers.
Okay, and Sivas is like, 8 feet tall and made out of death.
He kind of looks like a giant
We both
gargoyle.
have wings.
His rings look more like a cloak wrapped around him. With
So yeah,
some semblance of a magic ring.
hang on a second.
More importantly, the thong around little baggy around his neck.
Okay, so you're an intimidating looking fucking undead dude. That being said, and the papers in your hand look like fucking napkin, like it's just kind of weirdly off-putting. Despite this, Lapis takes the papers from you without batting an eye. You might get the sense that she's seen this kind of thing more times, or enough times that it doesn't faze her at all anymore.
Well, that
but-
is a question I've been meaning to ask since I got this work done. Do I still look really much like an Arisen, or just look like a giant gargoyle?
I mean, that's up to you, I guess. Framework-wise, I just assumed you went with large humanoid, so therefore, if anything, you'd look more like kind of a troll. Like, it's sad, but that's kind of the only thing that is reasonably affordable and still in that size.
Alright, well, do I get the Trolls Regeneration?
But
then?
ultimately, it's your character, so it's your call. Like, you can look however you want,
Okay.
really. If you want to say gargoyle, then you're gargoyle.
I was just thinking more like the picture, just to keep it simple.
Okay, that's fine. The point is, no matter what you look like, she's seen plenty of friends.
Okay.
Or arisen, I guess you should say. She does kind of. There is like I should say bats an eye. There is a look. Maybe. Go ahead and roll insight. I don't know how much to tell you about what she knows. Are you gonna roll insight?
Yeah, you for a second.
Me or
No,
So-
yeah, Cybus is the one that she's looking at, so I'm assuming this is something he would want to know. Okay, yeah, she definitely like takes a second to make sure, to look at you, I guess you could say. You're not sure if this is something she just does to make sure you don't have like a knife on you, or if it's something to do with the fact that you're a giant undead. Hard to say. All the same, she doesn't. If she does have a comment, she doesn't make it as she looks over it. When did you get these papers?
Oh, well,
About a month and a half ago.
Okay. Yeah. What would be?
Situations. Sorry, what was that, Cybus?
He answered the question.
Okay. Then yeah. The situation changes day to day. Quite a few problems in the city. All the same. She'll pass the papers over to someone else. Can you check with I've already forgotten his name. Hang on a second. Norden. Check with Norden. Make sure this is official. I don't want any unforeseen consequences. And she kind of looks over the party again.
Is she handing that to somebody else out of our group?
Yes, she's handing it to someone out of your group. I'd ask in the meantime that you stay here. We'd like to double check. The Pathfinder Lodge isn't exactly gelling very well with our organization, and as such, times of heightened security, better we take our time and cross our T's. You do have T's in your language, correct?
We do. If I may ask, what is your organization, Lapis?
Well,
Do you
we
have
work.
any thoughts as to why the Pathfinders aren't meshing so well?
Mutually exclusive goals. Regardless, I work closely with the Aya Sothis, the city guard, as you might colloquially call them. A little bit more disciplined than the ones I'm sure you're used to, but they fill the same purpose. And the Eye of Sothis has requested that we be very stringent with who we allow into and out of the city. Things are backing up quite a bit, as I'm sure you might have noticed. And you probably did notice that the wait was a little bit longer than you would have normally been used to. But you've never been to Assyrian before, so that might not have registered to you specifically. That might just be how they do things. All the same, she seems to think that this was a terrible delay. Hang on. Okay. But as she passes the paperwork off, she's kind of keeps staring. I have several things I need to be doing though. And she kind of like snaps her fingers and grabs the attention of a couple of lightly armored but very stiffly at attention kind of very well trained looking soldiers. Kind of snaps her fingers and gets their attention. Make sure they don't run off, if you would. This would only take probably half an hour if you'd like to be seated.
Of course.
Centauria is largely going to stay out of sight, out of mind.
Okay.
Same.
Savas is just going to turn to the two
Sorry.
newcomers and just look at them, crossing his
Just-
arms.
I'm just imagining Jirax is just sweating fucking bullets in the background, like, I'm not suspicious. Look at me, I'm fine. Everything's fine.
I'm sorry, but I'm going back home to where people say, hey, fuck, I want to take your fucking head.
Don't worry about it.
Fuck.
Okay. So some time passes. You don't get the sense that anyone's in really a hurry. But Jack in particular, you're not trying to make waves. You want to do this as by the book as possible. You have permission to be here. You're not trying to pull anything. And you know from experience that trying to be sneaky about shit when you don't have to be is a good way to get thrown into jail. And in Assyrian, if rumors are true, you really don't want to get thrown in jail. About half an hour passes before eventually the guards come back. This time with someone in tow. Someone you haven't met before. He seems to be a pretty nondescript, kind of jovial, middle-aged man. Hang on a second. But the guards don't look particularly amused. But he kind of jogs out ahead of them. He's like, you must be the collectors. We were told you were coming.
And you are?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. My name is actually just John. It's terribly average, I know, but such is life sometimes. John Daniels. And he'll stick out a hand. Hang on a second. Make a perception check there, person. That's a natural one.
I'd like to insight this person. At the
Okay.
very least to tell whether or not it's his actual name.
Go for it.
Oh, that's gonna be a 12.
12? He's hard to read. It's still a 12. That's not bad. You get the sense that he said this this is a well-practiced phrase. Whether that's well-practiced because he's been rehearsing it, or whether it's well-practiced because this is just how he introduces himself, that's not something you know. But you do get the sense that this is something that he's not particularly genuine about. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. I won't shake his hand, but I'll be like, Jack, much the same.
Oh, it's always nice to meet a fellow J person, I guess. All the same, yes, we absolutely have your paperwork on file. Norden is unfortunately a little bit preoccupied, but we do have counter. What's wrong over here? I literally forgot the name. Place for you to stay.
Question: would Tentoria pick up on the fact that his accent is not regional?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's very obvious.
So
And his name is John.
And his name is John. So it seems like this John guy, non-regional, is kind of telling the local guards what to do.
Not so much they're telling him what to do. Go ahead and roll a general intelligence check. Actually, no, Tentoria is from around here. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Insight or history or
Insight or history, I'll allow.
okay.
Like I said, this isn't a hard skill check. It's just kind of I don't know how much to tell you.
21.
21. So the Pathfinder Lodge isn't native to Sothis. Not that they're a very recent addition. 10 left a couple years ago. The Pathfinder Association here in Sothis was added a long time ago, but only recently has seen more attention than normal, because just generally speaking, things have picked up worldwide. After the fall of Karzog, not only was Magitech industry booted into well and proper revolution or industrial revolution by the creations of Eric Shattersun, not only was the entirety of Undeath kind of wrecked as a system, but also the discovery of more or less an entirely new system of arcane, or construction. Just discoveries in Varesia in general have really made the Pathfinders more prevalent in every continent, not just Varesia. All that is to say, he's not telling them what to do, but you know from experience that the Pathfinders and the Assyrian government have an uneasy but stable agreement to just not mess with each other.
Gotcha.
The Pathfinders tread a very thin line to make sure they're not stepping on Assyrian's culture or profits. And Assyrian is very careful not to snub the Pathfinder Association, which they realize is a valuable source of skilled labor in pretty much any capacity. It's one of the nice things about adventurers is that although they always want to cut of the profits, they're adventurers after all, you're really not going to find anyone better for just, hey, Pathfinder Lodge, we need someone who, I know this is going to sound stupid, happens to be an expert on like abjuration magic, but also is able to fight off a ghost.
Okay.
Pathfinders are valuable, and as such, neither the Assyrian government doesn't particularly like the Pathfinder Association. Pathfinder Association doesn't particularly like Assyria, but they agree.
Make it work.
And as such, they're making it work. If he has the papers to be here, and the Pathfinder Lodge says he's allowed to be here, then he's allowed to be here. If he's lying, then oh fuck, the Pathfinder Lodge is going to be so fucking in so much fucking trouble. But that's not for them to decide. They don't make the rules. So yes, they're accompanying John here. But yeah, John, you get all of this from your history check.
Nice.
history checks. An excuse for the DM to just exposition dump. But yes, so John runs over. Accommodations was the word I was looking for. During that whole thing, I remembered the word for accommodations. Yes, the lodge is currently full. We have quite a few new people flooding into the city gates, as I'm sure you're quite aware. Situation here is interesting, to say the very least, but accommodations have been made. There are plenty of open inns, and the Pathfinder Lodge is more than happy to pay for such establishments, any that you particularly prefer. I understand that you probably don't have a preference, and he looks past Jack to Tentoria and Draxus in the back. You guys have been in Varesia long enough that your style of dress is probably closer to Varesian than Assyrian.
Oh yeah, Tentoria has definitely stayed with their theme rather than the local theme of.
So, yeah, I'm willing to say that he'd probably look past and kind of eat his words a little bit and be like, maybe you do have a preference. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm the visitor here. Are you locals?
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time.
That's painfully enigmatic, but so are Pathfinders, right? Anyway. I would recommend the Stilt Crown Soak. That's reasonable tavern/inn. Perhaps not the most exotic thing, but if you're from around here, then perhaps the most exotic thing isn't as exotic as I might think. All the same, it's a reasonable meeting place between the eccentricities of Assyrian and the established niceties of Varesia. You might find much to your liking, or much that you're unfamiliar with.
Is the Silk Crown Sook, you said, a place for accommodations, or is it a market? I'm familiar with Sook being adjacent to a bazaar or something like that.
I'm referring to it in the capacity that it's like an area.
Oh, gotcha.
I assume that it's kind of like how do I put it? Kind of like a shopping mall where it's like, oh yeah, you got the food court, you got stalls.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm sorry, I'm new to Assyrian shit.
I mean, I saved my money just in case we were coming back here. There could be something interesting in the.
I'm gonna mutter. I kind of want to run away. Get away from this fucking place.
Sorry, what the hell was that?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
That's code for worry.
Gotcha. Okay.
Get me out of here.
How soon can we get onto the land?
I mean, you're already on land. You've just been
okay, gotcha.
Essentially seated in an area where they can keep an eye on you. Your boat's already moored and paid for.
Oh right, because Jack paid for it, right?
All the same, John will hand. Well, Jack's in front at this point. John will hand Jack the papers. Oh, follow me then. I'll make sure you get to your destination.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'll follow as well.
Okay. And during the trip, Cybus, you're seeing back in Karamaga, you saw maybe 1 in 50 people were arisen. Make that number somewhere in the vein of 1 in 20 now. Not the same level of crazy experimentation that you saw in Karamaga. In Karamaga, it seemed like the availability of the chop shop of reanimations, and perhaps the somewhat wild nature of Varesia in general kind of led to a lot of experimentation and a lot of expression. Here, you're seeing a lot more of just the standard, like, humanoid, No crazy bat wings, no crazy wolf arms. A lot of just normal people. And a lot of them seem, for lack of a better word, like, alive. Hang on a second. A lot of them seem, and by that I mean, like, they're not, like, obviously rotting. They're not, like, they're not trying to cover it up either,
Right.
but seem, they're not, like, pried from a crypt. You know what I mean? They're normal. The only reason you particularly notice is because I assume that you can friend sense often enough that you can just kind of ping and be like, oh, wow. There's like 6 people in here who are just fucking dead.
Yeah.
So recently departed looking?
If you want to make that call.
Okay. Just
Savas
curious.
probably wouldn't remark on it, but I mean, Yeah, it would seem that. I don't think it seemed that odd to him.
I mean, if he wouldn't remark, I wouldn't exactly know. But however, as a Centauria, as a shadow sorcerers very much ride the line between life and death. So she might pick up on something.
Well,
I'm
the way
gonna-
I've always roleplayed it is that when Syvas uses his friendship, his eyes change color from red notes to blue notes.
All right. Well, I just follow for now.
Can I I'm gonna make myself not obvious, like less obvious, because I might have had bad deals with some people here, and some people might not like me. So, yeah, I'm also gonna use my bug to scout ahead as well. Well, just circle around him, I guess.
How are you making?
Sorry,
yourself-
talking some things.
Like, what are you doing to not stand out?
Huh?
What are you doing to not stand out?
Disguise kit.
Dip into an alley and powder your nose?
Pretty much, but if some cocaine, like good shit. Nah, yeah, I'm just gonna, put on disguise kit. I'm gonna roll for it because not very convincing, I guess.
Sorry. Okay, with a 13. There are more tieflings in Assyrian. Jesus. Than I'm not gonna say than Varesia. I guess you could say the exotic things are a lot more normal. So you're less trying to look. You're less trying to look like. Go ahead and roll stealth for me. You're trying to do this. You're trying to do this quietly, right? Like in a background.
I'm going to
Go ahead.
bandage my arm, my prosthetic arm. Trying to cover up because that's like the only mark, like the thing that makes you stand out is my arm.
Right.
So I want to
It's
cover
pretty
that
fucking
up.
tiny.
Yeah, I want to cover it up.
Okay. So as you're doing this,
Oh, for fuck's sakes!
you duck into an alley. You're familiar with this city. You're familiar with Sothis. You're pretty sure.
I would tell somebody that I would do this too.
Well, that defeats the purpose of sneaking off.
Yeah, I mean to everybody else. Like I say, hey, Tori, I'm gonna step aside for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. So you say that, and you step off and start trying to disguise yourself. As you're doing this,
Oh no.
doesn't change what's coming.
So, not many people just try to change their appearance.
Says
Yeah.
a voice from behind you.
What the fuck? The
Hello.
Fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you?
Oh, I'm just me. And you, if I were a betting man, which I am, it's a terrible.
I'm gonna point my
habit
gun
of
at him.
You only
Hey!
have one arm, by the way.
No, I mean like the pea shooter.
I'm just wondering if your arm is still off. By the way,
My arm?
you're gonna disguise your arm or something. I don't know. You think
No,
take it
just
off?
cover it up with bandages.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Your arm's still attached. Damn. I was like, make this a Full Metal Alchemist moment.
I'm gonna just put my gun up.
It doesn't really need to go like that.
Get away
I
from
was
me.
actually just looking for you, I think. Right?
What,
Are you? Was I looking for you? Who are you?
what are you looking for?
Well, I don't see a robot, but I
I'm
do
gonna
see a
I'm gonna pin him
tiefling.
against the wall.
You're gonna pin me against the wall?
Yeah.
You should describe your character first.
Okay.
Whoa, buy me a
Actually-
drink first. Jesus.
So my character is a human, Egyptian in tone, pretty nice jaw, but mostly hidden, underneath what you could see as, think standard guard armor, but repainted and just bedazzled. Very fine silk t-shirt, very fine clothing. He has an arm guard on his right hand. He has a sword that is attached at the hip, left hip. No tattoos. His hair is in a ponytail. That's about it.
I'm just imagining him played by Egyptian Nathan Fillion.
Egyptian Nathan Fillion is actually a really good thing for this.
What, did he have weapons on him?
Oh,
He did.
yep. He would have the sword, which
Long
is
sword,
actually
great sword.
I'm sorry, a great sword, strapped at the hip. Because even though it is very unwieldy and definitely hits people as he walks by them, it's not his problem.
We'll get into his character in a bit. For now, you are pinned to the wall by the party member that you were hoping to have a discussion with. She is pointing a gun at your face.
Oh,
I'm very angry.
I was actually
can-
gonna make a athletics check to try to.
Okay,
reverse
that's
that.
your call.
Beat that.
That's an 8. Or no, Jesus, that's an 8. You rolled a natural 5
Ooh.
versus her natural 11.
Ooh.
So what happens is you're like, excuse me, and she just immediately like goes to like do that arm twist like restraint motion, and you're like, fuck that, and like immediately like twirl to get out of it using your months and months and months of training, to get out of this. And as soon as you do, she just kind of like puts a leg like behind where your foot is. I should say he puts a leg behind where your foot is. You immediately lose your balance, slam into the back of the wall, and the gun is directly pressed to your forehead.
Who do you work for?
Also, at this point, a fucking 10 or 8 foot tall, hulking undead kind of appears behind where Draxus is, and kind of just okay, and grabs Draxus and pulls her away a little bit.
Draxus,
Let me go. Let me go.
the situation.
Vulcan.
Vulcan's
yep,
not here.
That's the name. That's what I was looking for.
in the
You're
ether.
Draxus.
Probably kill him.
You're Draxus, aren't you?
Who the fuck do you work for?
I am a free agent of the people. I defend the good honor of this country.
I'm
I
gonna
fight
cock
tyranny
my gun.
everywhere.
This is not a time to lie to me. Who do you work for?
The gun clicks ominously in the middle of your speech.
Oh God. Okay. Let me start from the top. You could also tell that this is very well rehearsed. I am a free agent of the people. I fight evil wherever I go. Tyranny cries at my presence. I am the light at the end of the tunnel that will eventually become the phoenix that burns down all of the bad stuff of the world, because there's a lot of bad stuff, and I'm
Get to the
I'm a good
point.
phoenix. I'm a good phoenix in this situation. That's what you should know. Hi, my name is Swarden.
Who do you work for?
Tentoria pokes
in the alley.
I'm sorry.
I
What?
am a free agent of the people.
No, you have to go through that part again. What is your name?
Sorry. My name is Swarden.
How about just Sorden? Because Sworden's going to be hard to say.
Okay, Swarden.
Sorden?
Yes.
Sorden?
I'll type it out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to ruin your character's name, but I'm sorry. I'm gonna draw a line. Swarden is dumb. The W can be there, but it's gonna be silent for my sanity.
So
Okay.
literally
Swarden.
like a
The
sword.
W.
Sort of.
Yes.
Sorted.
Yes.
Okay. How did you hear about us, and how did you know we were coming?
Well, I mean, I heard that you are after these things called the relics, the shards, the pieces, the puzzle. Rumors are a bit vague over on this side. If you could clear things up a bit, that would be lovely.
I
Well-
will say, by the way, that this was like a back alley type thing. John, leading the
Shit.
group towards Stilt, had kind of been like, wait, what are we stopping for? So I don't know what he's doing out there.
Tentoria has already cast detect thoughts while you were being interrogated. So what are you
Yeah.
actually thinking about on the server?
Surface level thoughts.
Mhm.
You could tell that Sorden is very excited, very happy, and very eager to talk to you guys.
Not
Alright.
not to the extent of like groupie, like meeting someone that they're a big fan of. Think of it more in the vein of getting that job opportunity that you've always really wanted.
All right, Sordin. I'm gonna figure out really fast if you actually mean us harm. I'm going to do something. You're gonna feel me prying around a little bit. You're not going to resist it. Is that fair?
The correct
what
answer is
sort of
yes.
crime?
Like what he said.
What did he say?
The correct answer is going to be yes to that question. If you
The
don't want
correct
to,
answer is yes.
Me. I wouldn't mind putting a bullet between your eyes.
listen. If you're as good a
Justice,
man
no.
as you say you are, just give me a second to ask one question, find out the truth, and then we'll be done with this nonsense.
Are y'all coming along?
Hey,
Yeah,
we found a
John.
person, and he
No.
knows who we are.
I'm sorry. Before we continue any further,
He's the sword in the dark who stands against the tides of evil.
No. I'm the sword of the light that stabs
right.
the dark. I'm the good phoenix. They exist.
And I bet you're a virgin.
John pokes his head into the alley from where he's standing, kind of wondering what the fuck happened. Jack was the only person left who was still out there, essentially, and kind of. Let's hang on a second.
Oh God, hold on.
No, that's a natural one. Never mind. Forgot what I was just gonna say.
Why don't you come with
So-
us and we can talk somewhere more private?
Or I could just find this out now, so we can figure out if we have to kill him.
You know, you might have if you didn't roll one. Sorry. Not talking to you guys.
All right.
So,
well,
can I ask my question?
I just before we continue any further, I would just like to clarify one thing. Do any of you know who my father is? Because this
Fuck your father.
All I have so far is that your name is Sordin,
yes,
spelt like Sword Dan.
yes,
Um,
my father's a very smart and intelligent man. He knew I would become a great fighter such as himself. So I am
Please,
named
do
after the
share your
sword.
father. I know. Okay, who is your father?
The mighty Jeb.
I would have coughed.
Jeb?
I would start choking on my own spit.
Why not? Go ahead and roll a history check. Tentoria and Jaraxus.
Hell
19.
yeah. Hell.
Tentoria,
She's
Tentoria
going,
was
what the fuck is it, Jeb?
Jaraxus, you know. I mean, whether or not he's telling the truth is up to that. But Jeb is totally dude. Jeb is a bit of a folk hero, but not like a legend. Put it this way, we're getting into some shit. Syrian, or Sothis, I should say. I'll stop saying Assyrian. Sothis has long been divided. I keep getting DMs.
Now
Sothis
you
has
know
long
how
been
I feel.
divided into upper class, which generally speaking is the mages. Sothis has a very long and upstanding tradition of using magic to solve their problems. It's kind of the birthplace of civilization in many ways, and as such, they've had a lot of time to work on it. The working class, the lower middle class, never get access to anything really magical. As magical as the city is, that's for the 1%.
I mean, unless you're somebody like me.
I mean, this is a very recent change in the vast scheme of Sothis. This has always been a tradition. The last 5 years have been a very, very different story, but we're gonna get to that. My point was that the working class weren't really privileged. They aren't advantaged in the same way that you can be if you get. How do I say this without making it into just like, yep, 2019. If you can afford to go to Harvard, you're gonna have a successful life. It's not about what you know. It's about who you
Is
know.
it
It's about
based?
the.
Caste system?
It's not an enforced caste system, but in practice, yes, it is. And if you're born to a lower caste, sure, there's nothing saying you can't go to magic college, but how are you going to afford the 30,000 gold tuition? You're not. It only matters if you're a noble in the first place, and then you learn magic, and you can use that magic to advance and pursue a career in magic studies. You get the idea. If you're not coming from wealth, then you can't break into wealth, and that's just the way the system is kind of set up.
So like modern day America.
Yeah, like I said, there's really not a good way of putting that doesn't just immediately sound like America. But anyway, that's not to say there aren't outliers, and there are certainly people who have genuine magic talent that don't require an education, or who pursue an education from outside of the system so successfully that they break into that wealth. It's not unheard of. What is unheard of is for someone to completely eschew magic entirely and still manage to break into wealth. And that man's name was Jeb. Jeb, what was your last name, if you have one?
Oh, I'll DM it to you right now.
Hang on. Thank you.
Dear God.
That does sound like a fucking name he'd pick. His true name lost to time. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Jeb Sunsmite. the hero of the people. Is a folk hero, so to speak. He's a fighter. He's very, very well trained. Essentially, he was such a successful guard that he became a mercenary. He was such a successful mercenary that he became kind of like a, I'm not gonna say a noble, but upper class.
Dude,
He became so upper class. He became a noble. He became such a noble that he became like respected. Like, you have to invite him to things now, and every fucking step of the way, he got through it entirely based on his skill with a blade and his prowess in combat. Whether it be in coliseums, whether it be working for the army, going on suicide missions, it doesn't matter. He always came back, and he always came back richer for it. And it was honestly, it blew people's minds. He became a hero of the people insofar as he wasn't the greatest person. Like,
But
knowing
he
him personally,
proved that
that you could
anyone
do
could
it. Yeah,
It's
he
possible.
proved that it's possible to break into the wealth of Assyrian and Sothis with only a sword and hard work. And sure, no one's been able to replicate that success. He's alone in that success, but he is, at least in Sothis, a little bit legendary.
So what you're saying is, your father is a man that me and my brother, kind of aspired to be when we were kids. That Jeb.
Yeah, when you were kids, you definitely heard the legends. I say legends. He's not that famous because he's not dead or anything. He's not like
Well, I mean,
once.
mercenary. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean he's confirmed to have killed the dragon by himself.
Holy
Like,
shit, dude.
that by itself is like that story.
That's-
Like, maybe it's been embellished, but like no one else came back alive.
That's
Is this
fucking
like
metal,
somebody
dude.
embellishing, or is this like somebody like, or is this they're remembering?
That's a thing. You don't really know.
I mean, speaking of this out
the
loud.
actual records. Oh, okay. In that case, I'm not going to answer because I'm not there.
What? I'm
So-
gonna like
Jeb, Geb, Schleb, whatever. Do you care if I pry so I can find out if you're legit or not?
What sort of prying would you
I am
do?
going to ask you a question. You are going to think of the answer really hard.
That does not seem too odd.
Lovely.
But also, should you know, I would like to be released. This
Yes, you
is
will be.
quite
So then,
honestly offensive.
are you going to injure or work against this group in any way, shape, or form? And as I ask that question, I'll actually pry.
Okay. You said you were going to intentionally let him go for it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll say he automatically fails.
So,
honest,
truthful answer deep down in your cortex. What are you thinking?
You can actually pull a lot more information from that, actually.
I know. I just wasn't telling him.
I'm gonna keep things above board because I don't think it's particularly.
Yeah, no.
Or
Put
do
it
you
all
wanna-
out there.
Or do you want to go to secret?
No, not necessary. Just put it all out there because she'd be sharing it anyway.
Okay. What you get is essentially a bit more than you might have bargained for. I'm not gonna try to destroy Piebald's entire fucking character in minute 3.
Oh no,
But
tell him.
Maybe jump to another thing then. If it's that much where you're like, I gotta
it's
think
not.
about
I
if
just
I'm gonna
I just
blow
feel
him
bad
up.
every time a character is immediately like, okay, here's the backstory. But it's what happens. It's what happens because you cast.
Listen, all I
magic.
want to know is, does he mean our group or this party harm? Is he going to work against us? Just give me the answer.
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment, but his loyalties are flexible.
The overwhelming sense you get is he wants people to notice him, and right now your group is noticeable.
All right, so
The-
she would just
the stories
basically say that.
he's heard, like people in Sothis are fucking talking about your party. They're talking in panicked tones because no one knows what the fuck your party is doing. Your party is a
Then-
wild card that no one wants to play, and if he was that wild card, oh man.
So
Paper.
she would announce, "Oh, he's temporarily harmless. He wants to ride on the glory and get into the adventure here. However, his motives are weak at best, and he could turn against us at the drop of a hat if it meant that he got the glory for it." Is that about right?
I'm sorry. No. The
Also, he
hero-
wet the bed until he was 7.
Okay. That is very untrue. You can ask my chambermaid. She was paid off very handsomely. Just total lies and fabrications.
Fake news?
Notice that Freudian slip.
Fake
Fake news.
news.
Fabrication.
Oh god. Every minute your character is more a metaphor for politics in America.
Listen,
Yes.
if you want to join us, and if you do turn against us, I swear, I'll
Hey!
promise you.
We're not even going that far yet. He doesn't get to join us. He's on a trial period. He's gonna walk around with us and make sure. He's just gonna be a really good bodyguard right now, and he's gonna walk us around and escort him.
I'm gonna like pat his back very hard, like harder than usual, and say,
Also,
yeah, well,
Listen,
if he does
how
try to
about-
turn against us, I wouldn't mind putting a little bullet in his little wiener.
I'll have you know that it's actually quite large.
I believe it entirely. Now,
I take after
please
my
don't
father.
fuck around. I'm sure you do. Please don't fuck around until we get an idea of who you are, because that cat bat creature behind me will kill you faster than you can actually breathe.
Oh, you mean your servant? I could take him.
She kind of slowly caresses your cheek, and you feel really fucking cold when she touches you. Nobody
You
is a
sweet-
servant.
Sweet summer boy.
Oh,
Keep your
dude.
mouth shut and come with us. How about that? I'm so sorry about that, John. You were taking us.
Yeah, that was an aside. Is everything all right?
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna be behind them, just kind of eyes kind of narrowed at the group right now.
I'm gonna be behind, sorted.
Right now, this group is really not as cool as you thought they were. or maybe they are.
Either this is like the Rockstar experience where, like, don't meet your heroes, or this is the Rockstar experience where, damn, they're so important they could even push
They might
me
murder
around.
me in a back alley. Holy shit! Now we're in with the real crowd.
This is how you know it. There's high risk, high reward.
We can probably take a 5-minute break. Sorry, Simus is asking for a 5-minute break, and at the same time, I'm also like, yeah, that actually sounds pretty good. Because we might go to midnight, because there's still one other thing I want to get to.
Yay!
Cool. I gotta pee anyway. Again.
I know.
Alright, I'm gonna go run over to the doobly doo.
Okay,
Doobly doo.
I know what that is.
Legit thought that he was gonna get ambushed. Like, ah, shit, here we go again.
Wait, you legit thought what?
I legit thought for a second, like, he had me there at the first part, that he was gonna get ambushed. Like, then I'd be like, ah, shit, here we go again. I didn't make any sense, did I?
No, I got the reference, because, memes. And, oh shit, here we go again is popular right now. But,
I'm actually... I'm going to admit, I'm actually very, very curious how Jirax is going to do all of this, because he does not want to be here at all. He just wants to go away from all of this. Far away. Wants to, make another business somewhere else. Not here.
I'm sure it'd work out just fine and no one would track you down and murder you.
Yeah, there's also that, but you know, I'd rather have a little quiet life, you know, like Shattersun dude, apparently, quote unquote, rumors.
So what's going on,
With who?
Nani?
just in general now?
Well, right now we're on a break. We're a 5-minute break.
Oh, not gonna lie,
Yeah,
I
we
just
are.
woke up.
What? I thought you were being quiet.
Yeah. Look, I work really long fucking days.
I'm
And you
sorry.
guys, despite with warning, took 3 hours to shop.
You see, I didn't mean to take that long.
No, you didn't mean to, but it still happened. And it wasn't just you.
I'm sorry. I kept asking people if they were done with things.
So, what did I miss? Better yet, you know, I'm just gonna go to YouTube and
I
look at.
threatened to shoot a guy in the dick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I was up
met a
for
new
that.
person.
Yep, I was
Well-
up for that. I dozed off at like I think the end of it.
Yeah, I don't think I really missed much.
I mean, if you were there for a new person showing up, then you might not have missed really anything. Basically, just yeah,
If I recall,
Fireball's second
there's, like-
character appeared and asked to be part of the group, and Drax pointed a gun into space while Ten interrogated him via telepathy. That's all you missed.
Yeah. At one point, I thought I came back to and was like, okay, so are we going? And then I kind of passed back out.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
Yeah,
I also
anyways.
managed to grapple the shit out of the guy.
I mean, it is also 11:20. If people want to go to bed, then I'm fine calling it here. But
No,
basically, I just wanted to get to other characters.
I just
I don't think a lot of
Tell you what,
we planned for having people.
I'm gonna go. What's up?
Oh, say what you gonna say.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said there.
it's just wait for everybody else to come back. I mean, I'm down for going longer because
Same.
I kind of want to hide my general anxiety. from school. That's
I
good
mean,
enough.
I'm here too, guys.
I just stepped away for a minute because I really had to use the restroom and wanted to grab a snack. I don't think we could have anticipated 2 people leaving and then having to sort that.
It was pretty sudden.
So is Sandman like leaving?
No.
No.
Or is
Just
no.
figure-
But is he picking up a new character, or is he just playing 10 for this
He's
until
picking up a
Vulcan
new
gets
character.
back? Okay. I wasn't sure because 10 makes sense thematically here and is just kind of an extra.
Yeah, but she's too important to the plot to not have. And
Yeah.
as much as it'd be like, okay, cool, let's just have Sandman play Tentoria, then we'd have to either permanently get rid of Vulcan or it's all a mess. Everything's messy.
An ARG?
What?
I'm sorry.
Alright, well, guess I'll be right back as well then.
So,
I'm back.
like,
What's up?
I subscribe to this ARG called Dad. And it's just basically this normal dad. It's basically an ARG, but you know, the normal dad and doing dad stuff. You know, the good shit, wholesome shit. and it's an ARG.
Okay.
And this bitch is doing a fucking Minecraft live stream. And I'm like, holy shit, dude. What the fuck? Sorry, I'm pretty sure it doesn't really matter much, but I'm just like, wow. Some weird shit.
You share with the rest of the class.
Huh?
Yeah, like none of us have any idea what you're talking about aside from it's a dad ARG.
I mean, look, I want to send Billy the channel. Because I can't, I don't know how to explain it to you.
Share
And
the
to
link.
just show you the channel. I am!
You don't have to yell.
He was yelling back.
He
Well,
wasn't.
I mean, you're describing it and saying you don't know how to describe it. Just like share the link, and that would.
I was
You're talking about Dad!
yeah, Dad.
Oh my god! Yeah, Dad!
Okay.
He's so creepy.
Okay, but
Yeah.
What do you mean you can't tell me much? You already did. You just gave a ton of
I
I
notes.
mean, I'll look at it later. You just sound way more excited than you should be.
Alright, so basically, Dad is a YouTube channel about Dad. Just watch. His videos are like 20 seconds each max. Watch like a.
Well,
I'll send you a video. Hold on. I'm gonna pick
listen,
one video
I'm
to
right
show.
there. I'm right there on this video. I want to send him Dad guy.
These are more than 20 seconds.
No,
long.
that's not a good video to start him off with.
Okay. How about Dad loves Mom? I mean, that's like a minute 23-second video.
Also, no. Just show him like this one's a minute long. It's called Dad's Dinner.
Yeah.
This is all his YouTube channel is. Not him
Most of
sitting
it.
at a table, but this is basically you watch one video, you get the gist of it. It's very creepy. It's very weird. I can't stop watching it.
He also makes these kinds of videos sometimes.
So much better when I'm surrounded by the ones I love. Maybe they went out to the restaurant? But why would they go without me? Does family not love Dad? Does anyone love Dad?
How did you
Family?
find out about Dad?
My YouTube suggestions.
Me and my friend were going down like this weird YouTube rabbit hole. We found this channel called Inside of Mind, and he did a video on Dad, and he's been around.
Yeah, I just found in my suggestions. I go, this is a weird fucking video. So click on
And
it.
I'm back.
Welcome back. So we're still
But
waiting
yeah.
on.
These
Alright,
videos are
also,
weird.
Fireball, did you change my name to Big Brother?
It's been there for a
What's
bit.
up?
I thought you changed it.
Yeah, no, I didn't. But I was wondering if it was Fireball who did.
I might have done it a while ago and hoped that you'd noticed and then forgotten.
Notice me, senpai.
It absolutely sounds like something I would do. I just don't remember doing it.
I mean, that's fair. Just didn't really bother me, no.
Sorry about that.
They were still waiting on Sandman though.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
We were talking about Dad.
I didn't know what it was. Apparently,
about
it's
what?
a big deal. A YouTube
Dad.
channel called Dad.
Dude, I go into rabbit holes down YouTube, but I've never heard of it.
Very weird.
It's a very
Um,
it's a dive.
no,
It's
I've
a
looked.
very
It's like salad fingers. Nope.
Yeah, salad fingers.
Nope. Right
I
out
mean,
of there.
I kind of follow a few like really weird little tokens like that, like the mommy. That's really cool, you know? It's really good animation. Some of them aren't really good, but unique.
My body's ready.
Second. Yep, just finding where I was. Okay. So, with this little side alley out of the way, and now escorting at not quite gunpoint, a human fighter, who seems earnest enough for now. You guys resume your course through Sothis, with John a little bit confused, but no less enthusiastic for it, as he leads you to something very similar to essentially the Bazaar of Sales. Far more exotic than Magnamar's contribution ever was. There is an endless array of nonsense and stalls and more permanent establishments that kind of hem it all in. Walking down the side of it, you hear the constant kind of calls of various wares being hawked at visitors or citizens alike. Ignoring all of it completely, he walks you over to essentially what seems kind of like equal. To be perfectly honest, it's a little bit shifty.
Do you recognize this place?
I'd say I'm not gonna make you roll for it.
I mean, I know Shifty.
I mean, you know Shifty, and you're a native of the location. Both Tentoria and Draxus would know that this particular institution, it's above ground. It's prominent enough in the city that you're not gonna get, like your coin purse cut off, and robbed blind in here. It's legitimate enough. And more importantly, things like this are perfectly legal in Sothis. Because we live in not America. There's any amount of food is decent, bed is decent, drugs are decent.
Yeah.
It's just an all-around decent establishment. It's not great in any of those capacities, don't get me wrong, but it has whatever you're looking for, essentially. And it's more alluring prospect is the fact that it's literally less than 40 feet away from the largest sale bazaar in the city. So its location is top-notch. I mean, maybe not so much for sleeping, that's a problem, but convenience-wise, everything you could ever want is right outside. But stopping outside of the place, he'll kind of hang on a second while I get my notes open. Okay. Okay, here we are. Sorry, this is called the Sand Swept Hall.
I heard the drugs are pretty good.
I'm gonna make some hot changes to the map in a bit, but for now. But yeah, it's not exactly the most exotic location, but again, it serves perfectly well until such time as the Pathfinder Lodge can be opened up a little bit more. Quite a few filled rooms. Also, we do have, and he kind of rifles around his belongings. Things have been paid for already. Think of this as reimbursement for the troubles that you've had along your journey. We've heard from Vrecia. Sheila was very descriptive in the difficulties you've overcome in coming even this far, and we thought it only fitting that you have some reimbursement for that. And he'll hand each of you approximately 50 gold. Consider this kind of your pocket change to explore Assyrian. Make yourselves comfortable, get to know the locations, all of that good local. I ran out of all my words. Just establish yourselves, get to know the location. You'll be here for a while. We can assume it only makes sense that you ingratiate yourselves to the locals and whatnot. We have it on quite good terms with several of the patrons in this establishment that any cultural insensitivity, perhaps, and he kind of goes over the not tieflings, basically anyone who seems like they're not from around here, can be ironed over with very little drama, I guess you could say. And hang on 1 second. Sorry, DMs and whatnot. Hang on. So many DMs.
While he's talking to us, Tintori is just gonna grab the nearest bartender and get properly fucked.
Okay, she's gonna start drinking whatever the local flavor is.
Hey, 10.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit. Is it possible I could show you something?
Now?
I said in a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna join you with that alcohol, though.
Yeah, please.
Hang on 2 seconds. Sorry, all this is taking me a little bit too long, but again, introducing a lot of characters.
But Tentorio will definitely be keeping an eye on Sordin over here.
Hey, 10.
Sordin's gonna go up to the bar and just... You know, he's gonna order himself a tea with 3 shots of vodka.
Fucking virgin.
How is that a virgin?
As someone who as someone who drinks vodka, that doesn't seem particularly like not, I don't know. So several of you just immediately get to the process of drinking. And yeah, your drinks are essentially on the house. The 50 gold that you're given is more than enough to pay for a lot.
I'm gonna say in Infernal, hey, 10. I know we haven't talked much, but, you know, it's nice having you around.
Glad I can help. But keep your eyes up here. Yeah?
What?
Keep your eyes up.
Okay. I mean...
she's implying that you're attracted to her because you're a dude in this game.
Nope, not what I'm implying. I'm
Never mind, I got that
eyes
wrong.
up because you're being hunted here.
Yeah.
Even God didn't get that.
I mean, I knew.
Just saying, be careful.
I know, but there's this place I want to show you that it's like a safe spot in case we get in.
Is John still standing there, just looking at us?
Oh no, he saw you to your destination. He gave you the money, and he's left you on your way.
I
Essentially.
mean, I'm speaking in Infernal, so. Even Sorted don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, you don't know John or his life. He might speak in front.
I said Sorted.
And Blank said John.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about John. Is John still standing there?
Yeah.
No, John is not standing there. John fucked off. I don't know what Sorden's doing. Sorden can do whatever.
Yeah.
Yep, Sordin's grabbed a drink. He's standing right next to Draxus, just looking at Drax.
Savas
I'm
pulls
gonna
out
look at him
a
back.
chair and sits John in the chair.
I'd like a chair.
Well, I shoved you in a chair. I pulled out a chair and shoved you in.
Oh, I thought you said you put John into a chair.
Oh, sorry. You're not John. I got confused. You're John now.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's happened.
I'm gonna look at Sword and say, hey, can you take a couple of steps away from me?
You sitting-
I
I just shoved him into a chair.
didn't hear that. I thought you heard John. Sorry.
Okay, for the record, Sordin shoved in chair away from Draxus. Stage set, go.
I would
I'm just gonna look at him and just pat my little pea shooter.
So so it's just us at the bar now. I'm assuming we've unpacked our shit. What is Sordin up to right now?
Savas is keeping an eye on him.
I'm gonna kind of look over at Draxus. You, boy.
I have a name, boy.
Yes, Draxus. I'm sorry, that was actually
so call
very
me by
rude.
my actual name.
Almost
Instead
as
of just saying,
rude.
boy.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to, say it was calling you boy was almost as rude as upon introduction, immediately being pushed into a wall and having a gun pointed at me, or
Well,
a
I'm
boom,
sorry.
stick.
You really
I'm
got to be
sorry.
more friendly to strangers.
Well, look. All these most of the people I've met in Syria that I've associated with wanted to either, give advantage of me or stab my fucking ass. So,
Or
I
kidnap.
have a bit of justification. Or kidnap.
Why would they want to stab your ass? Wouldn't they
Long-
stab you in the heart or the back? Somewhere more vulnerable and
Get to
more
the
that
point.
would do.
You sound like somebody I know.
Somebody that I used to know.
For the record,
Well,
it's
movies.
best if you probably don't speak that out loud in a public space.
Yeah, are we? I thought we were in
People-
a Pathfinder bar.
I mean, it's pretty public space.
Okay, sorry.
Worth noting.
It's not a Pathfinder bar. It's just a bar that the Pathfinders have
interrupted
recommended.
Jack. Sorry.
It's
Worth noting that you, Mr. Sordin, yes?
Yes.
I'd like to point out to all of us that he knew we were coming from 100 miles away, knew who we were traveling with, so if, no offense to you, this
No, not taken.
rando here
Yep.
knows that we're here, then we can assume other people know we're here as well.
That's probably a safe assumption.
As you guys are having this conversation, drinking your various drinks, some waiter, I guess you could say, some patron of the hall, kind of walks up, taps Tentori on the shoulder. Excuse me.
Yes.
Sorry, it was just you were gifted this, and she hands you a slip of paper. They give it as something of a coupon, I guess you could say. It's redeemable for quite a bit of gold. Only works in the bazaar and associated establishments, but courtesy of the Iron Prince.
Iron Prince. She'll flip it over and examine it. Anything special about it?
Nothing too special. Hang on one second, because I want to make sure of some shit.
Who said
Um,
it's Iron Prince?
Hee. Well, roll a history check.
Okay.
Do you mean me?
No.
Oh,
Yes,
this
no,
was-
yes, you, because you're the one who wants to know who the Iron Prince is, and I want to see if you know who that is. 9 history? Hang on.
I'm sorry.
No, doesn't ring a bell.
Have I heard any tales on the seas of such a Iron Prince?
No, I don't think you would.
Okay.
How far?
I think I'm mistaking.
So on the card is this symbol you might actually recognize. Crossed guns behind a crown.
Huh.
Okay.
This you might recognize is very similar to the. It might be like a modification, or it might just be like a legit representation of the crest of Alkenstar, which is the capital of Nex, which you would know a lot about.
No, it's not. Alkenstar is in the Mono Wastes.
Am I wrong? Hang on.
Yeah. I'm
You mean-
looking
Alkenstar is right there.
Oh, that's right. It's kind of between them.
It's one of the big three, but it's the home of most of the guns on Galarian.
Yeah,
at least
it's
before
like
Varric came along.
legally it's legally in Nex, but it's not. But it's not like.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, my bad. I always get these kind of things wrong. But all the same, it is the crest of Alkenstar.
Oh fuck, dude.
How far do you?
It is the crest or similar to the crest of
It's
Alkenstar?
similar to.
Like almost an homage.
Yeah, it's close enough that you don't know if it's an homage or if it's a representation of it, or if it's just someone really likes that crest and they're trying to use the same thing.
Gotcha.
So, the sitting arrangement. How far do you would if Centauri and Jaraxxus are on one side, I'm sitting in the middle with Sorden. Where would Jack be?
End of the table.
I want to talk to you, but I just don't want to talk in front of this.
Hang on.
In front of me?
Didn't say that.
Are people talking to me or are people talking to other characters?
Out of character.
Sorry, I'm busy
Talking
typing
out
things.
loud.
Yeah, repeat what you said out loud.
Am I not coming? Am I cutting out or something?
No, we just may
We're
not
all
have been paying
confused.
attention to what you were saying at the time.
What I said out loud, out of character, was I wanted to talk to Jack. It's just not in front of Sorden.
Okay. Do you pull him to the side? Like,
I don't know. I'm looking over and seeing.
Give any like secret sign or notice or anything?
Well, you'd see Syvas look over at you like he's about to say something, then look at Sorden, and then look over towards the other two having a private conversation. It's like somebody's got to watch this guy, but all the hands are taken.
Okay, you hear in your mind. What's on your mind, pal?
All right, you can do that.
There's a spell for that.
Oh.
It's called Message.
I guess like I can reply, right?
Yep.
That guy said that we were staying here for a while. I thought we were traveling through to Geb, or did I misunderstand?
I'll message him again, because it only works once at a time. I don't entirely know, but I paid for a week here. How far away is Geb from here, do you know?
I'm looking at a map, but like, I'm assuming one of us is the navigator.
I'll say that you guys know that Geb is about. Depends on your method of travel, but we'll say that by horse or approximate method of travel, probably about 5 days, maybe a week. The most difficult thing is the Mana Wastes, which some of you would know is a section of the desert that was so racked by war that to travel through it is exceedingly dangerous. There are safe paths through it, otherwise there wouldn't be any level of trade. But navigating them usually requires a guide or an expert, and that even with a guide or an expert, it's still pretty dangerous. The monsters that reside there are chaotic and wildly unpredictable.
Also, magic.
yeah, there's a lot of just wild magic surges that can just rewrite the laws of reality seemingly on the fly, and there are some areas where there's just no magic whatsoever, and any spells that are cast in that just fail automatically. It's pretty inhospitable. But yeah, that's what some of you would know about the mana wastes. So traveling to Gev is a little bit tricky, but again, it can be done.
Also, I kind of just gesture at Jack again to message me so I can message him.
Yep. Like, and what's up?
What's
They
up?
said that leaving the country would also be difficult, or they implied. That include going south.
I don't really know if they meant country or continent.
What was the
or
question?
if it's just city.
What was the question?
They were the customs officer, for lack of a better term, basically said that we want to know who's coming in and out of the country, and it kind of implied that it was a difficult process. It took a while.
Correct.
I was wondering if the southern border would be just as difficult or more difficult.
Yeah, you'd have no way of knowing that. Not you two, at least.
I don't think we'll leave immediately, so we have time to gather some information.
You
know
said you
what?
got us the ship for what, 2 weeks?
1 week.
1 week.
I paid for the dock for 1 week.
If I can get any focus on the shard, get it in a better direction.
I was going to ask. Also, should we be doing this in front of him?
Oh no, please, go ahead.
You're just really getting yourself
Dude.
comfortable, aren't you?
He's indeed
Oh.
sweet boy.
Tell you what, Jordan, question for you. What do they mean when they said getting out of the country is just as difficult as getting in?
Blink, would I know this?
You've been here for a while, and you're privy to far more conversations than most people are, in fact. So, yeah, you'd probably know a lot about what's going on. Sorry, people still DMing. Because you just rolled a thing, and I have no idea why. Oh,
Wait,
okay, that's what that was for. Cool. We'll get to that in a bit. Right. So what you would know? Your question specifically was it more difficult to go south? What situation? How honest do you want to be here? Like, how much detail do you want to go into?
I want to give them the politically polite version of it.
Okay. What you can tell them basically is that right now, there are a lot of new industries that are being created by the lower classes of Sothis that are making a lot of money, and they're getting a lot done. Automation is replacing a lot of the traditional methods that Sothis has used for a long time. All of this has led to, and this is a point where you have to kind of be polite, there's a lot of pushback from the traditionalists and from the nobles against this level of automation, because it's really, although it's making everyone money, it's giving a lot of people the means to kind of break into that upper class, and the elite really don't like it. As such, there's a lot of tension because a lot more activism, a lot more protesting has been happening. Nothing, because we're not in America. Nothing insofar as like people with signs essentially, but there's an increasingly charged divide between the classes, and it's gotten to the point where Sothis is afraid that foreign nations are sending people in to exacerbate the problem. Other countries stand to gain a lot by seeing Sothis's upper class get wrecked by its own citizens. They're getting paranoid. Whether or not that paranoia is founded is, you don't really know. All you hear is their side of the story. So that's what you know, is that it's going to be tricky getting into or out of the country because they want to know who's in their country right now.
Okay, I got this then. Well, basically, it would seem that my father's fame has reached very far, and quite literally, he's
Wait, what?
inspiring the people to better themselves. Some people don't quite see the what's the word for it? They resent my father for his power, and thus they want to stop anyone else from gaining his power through other means. So, right now, they are trying to, instead of rightfully saying that it's my father's fault, they're saying there are spies working into the country, and because of this paranoia, they're watching their borders rather heavily, and rather... what's the word for it? They are, they're trying their best to keep everyone out.
You understand I could still see inside your head, right?
Yes.
You know, not a single thing you said was honest.
Listen, they can't use a sword, correct? But what they can do is they've been using automation and other such means.
That
But
part
they
is
are-
honest.
They are trying to do exactly what my father did. Go from a peasant's life to my life, a noble's life.
Out of curiosity, do you have a really hard time living in your father's shadow, or you just... Because it seems like you're really focused on his successes and not you.
No. I just haven't gotten started yet. That's why you're
Right.
So you want us to carry you to your success?
no.
I mean, that's what it kind of sounds
It
like.
sounds
I mean,
like you're paying for a carry here.
I'm
Yeah.
going to be working
I mean-
alongside you, and I'm going
I
to
mean,
be
it was-
elevating you into areas that you would not be privy to be accepted into otherwise.
Like what?
Well, I can't name anything right now, but
You're in his head, and surprisingly, how long does that spell last for?
I could keep casting it for a while.
I mean, if you want to keep
let me double
casting it,
check.
you can.
It's like a minute or something. 2 minutes.
Concentration up to a minute. So I have 2 more uses of this.
I'll allow it. You would know with tech thought surface level. He's not entirely wrong. Keeping him around, he has influence. His father, regardless of the means that he used to obtain it, is a noble, and as such, in such a regimented society as Sothis, and all of this, he's not nearly this eloquent because he's kind of a jock. But the point is that he's gotten places before, and he's gotten his friends into places before. And if you guys are his friends, it stands to reason. He's never tried it with an adventuring band before, but he has influence. He's not lying. Maybe he's oversimplifying it.
I'll consider this a trial run, but don't get your hopes up.
You guys see Syvas suddenly eyes wide open, look startled. And
Kind of the next shard.
Soren, was it?
No?
yes.
You stayed somewhere nearby.
Am I what?
Staying somewhere nearby.
Oh, yes, I have rooms. Why?
We need to discuss something. You need me to spike here in, say, half an hour.
I can have that arranged. But how do I know that you won't just run off and try to steal my glory?
I kind of looked at anybody else to offer something up.
I mean, we don't fucking care about your glory.
That's rather rude, but quite honestly
mean-
honest.
Oh,
Look at us. I don't really care.
You also know how
We're
difficult it is to leave this country. We might seek your aid in leaving, but first we need to discuss something in private.
We have to discuss your application status. We need to discuss it as a group. It's a little awkward to do it in front of you. We still haven't seen what skills you bring to the table, so you want to put something in less? I'm assuming you swing that sword really well.
That's why his name is Sworden.
I agree. Well, he doesn't speak for himself, so go along. Shoo.
Hang on.
Sorry, I was eating an Oreo.
I'll let you have a few swings with this sword. Try it out.
What if we were to have a mock battle? I can show you my battle prowess.
I think the best way to prove battle prowess is to throw you at a problem. So you stick with us, and the first physical problem we come across, you're gonna go straight for it, and we see how you do.
Fair enough. Also, would you like to see how quick I am?
No.
Sure.
So are we?
I'm going to take my great sword and hand it to Tentorian. Please, take this and walk to the other side of the room with it.
Okay.
A couple patrons are eyeing this whole exchange a little bit nervously now that the sword is out.
I'm just gonna, you know.
She'll place it on her shoulder and kind of walk it to the other side of the room. Okay.
Now, with all of your might,
What?
do not let me grab that sword. Can you complete such a task?
Grassy.
I will do my best.
Alright.
When did we start?
Hang on. I know what you're gonna try, but I don't know how you're gonna try it.
I mean, I see problems instantly on this idea.
So what am I starting?
Well,
He's proposing
Okay.
something a little bit weird.
What are you gonna do?
Okay. I gotcha.
Alright.
Alright, go ahead and roll a dexterity check.
Me or
You're the one doing it.
alright. Secret roll or
You
public?
can make it public.
What am I doing?
You're holding the sword on the other side of the room.
Ooh!
That's a save. It's still not 20.
It's still
Keep
not
let him
20.
keep-
Shit.
It's still
No,
a
it's
nat
still
20.
not 20.
And you're not proficient in dexterity save, and it's flat 20. Okay, so you're standing there. He's on the side of the room. You see him kind of like get down into like a sprinting position.
Uh-huh.
Look up, flinch, and immediately he's back to standing, like he never even fucking moved, and the sword's in his hands.
Oh. Can I try to
Eyebrows
analyze what
raised
just happened?
and a smirk.
What'd you say?
Can I try to analyze what just happened?
Go ahead
Do I
and
know
make
if
an
magic
intelligence.
was up. Sure. 14.
There are a couple of things in the way between you and him that were not disturbed, and you're like, okay, either he fucking like juked around them, and it wasn't even a straight line, or teleported the thing somehow. One of the two.
I have a
I
theory.
saw him flinch though. Yeah.
You did see him make a move, but the thing is that he did it so fucking smoothly that you're not sure what fucking happened. You
I
just
think I know what happened.
you blinked and you missed it. Sorry, natural 20.
I think I have a good idea what happened. He
I'm gonna sheath my...
he managed to say the word in Japanese.
No. Also, what? No.
Yes. The
No.
world.
The world, though. And also no, because that's in English. The world in
Barely.
Japanese would be like sekai.
He managed.
All right, so
he
she'll
managed-
walk over, do a small clap. All right, he's fast. I'll let him stay for now.
Savas
Still
is going to
smirking,
walk
still
over
eyebrows.
to where Tintorio was standing, pull out the great sword off his back, and sort of rest it one-handed.
Oh, it's not gonna work with that one. Saying to
Same.
that on the table.
Same trick.
I'm sorry. What did you just do again?
He pulled out his own greatsword, stood in the exact same spot, and then is in the exact same pose. Only it's not your sword this time; it's his.
I see no reason us to do this trick again.
Please, I insist.
You missing out already?
You know, Sworden, it is perfectly acceptable to not be fast if you have a magical sword. Or is it not the sword that's magical?
No. The sword is quite magical in its own right, but
Mm-hmm.
If you pull the
It's
same
just,
trick off, you can keep this sword.
He's
have-
not gonna try.
I already have a very excellent sword. Purchased it myself, actually.
Oh, cool. With your dad's pocket money.
Yeah, Sworden is gonna look straight at Jaraxxus and just.
Tintorio,
I'm sorry. Would you like to run that by me again?
Yeah.
Very
you
good.
should
With
discuss
your
this
dad's
privately.
pocket money.
All right, children, settle down. Settle down.
Are we gonna?
Sworden can stay for now.
Well,
As far as I'm concerned, if anybody has an objection, feel free to state it. But if he's not exactly fast, he does have magical prowess, and that is a nice size sword. So I'll give him a shot. We're down 2 members anyway.
I'm actually very good with just my physical athletics. I'm very strong. I'm very fast. I don't need. I don't.
I
need
think you're
magic, I
sold
use
for
magic
now.
Equipment. Thank you.
Tintorio,
You use magic. What? Yes.
are we doing this privately?
Might as well continue with here if he's going to be with us. What's the worst case scenario is we throw him out the problem and he dies, and the problem solves itself for us.
Sivas looks around at the other patrons of the room.
That, I mean, we could do it in a private room, but I don't think it makes a difference.
On your call.
It's here, in this city.
In Sothis. Do you have something more specific?
No.
No, when you get close, it's gonna be vague. Otherwise, it'd just be like, oh yeah, it's behind this wall.
Don't
Crazy,
bother.
right?
I know where it is.
Nani?
I have a really good hunch on where it is.
Where do you think?
It's
Is there a
here.
window in this building?
Oh sure.
If it has any kind of view or vantage point, she's gonna point to
Wow.
basically the most lavish-looking building in the city.
Well, 2 of you would know from experience that the largest structure in Southus by far is what appears to be a giant black beetle shell. You can actually see it in the background of this picture,
Shit.
which dominates the landscape.
What picture?
And the one that you're on was I this whole fucking
Yes.
this whole fucking time.
It's on
This
the
whole
map.
fucking time. I had a fucking picture.
Oh, pretty.
I was on this picture the whole time.
She'll point at it and say, "It's beneath the shell over there.
Oh fuck. Really?
That is where you'll find the palace, and undoubtedly that's where you'll find my father."
The 2 of you who know about Sothis, well, the 3 of you now who know about Sothis pretty well, know that beneath that shell called the Black Dome sits all of the most important and illustrious buildings in Sothis. The guard is extremely heavy. It's not the kind of thing you can just break into with a dimension door. This place has stood for millennia. That particular structure has stood for millennia. Getting in is tricky. It's also where the Ruby Prince who rules over Sothis lives. It's also where the museum that houses millennia of Assyrian relics is. It's the ultimate gated community.
For God's sakes.
Do
This is gonna be hell.
you think that thing, when it was alive, you think that thing was alive?
Yes, it was. Once, a long time ago.
Amazing.
This is a fantastical world with fantastical creatures.
Amazing.
And right now, the shell of one of those dead, massive, fantastical creatures is defending our way in. So I'm going to say there's a very good chance it's in there. Question is to all of you, how do we get in there?
To be honest, I have never, broken into a place like that.
Why not just walk in through the front door?
You want to walk into the front door of the palace.
Oh, so do you realize who we are?
I understand that you have pull, and maybe you haven't worked with adventurers before, but do you think the palace is going to let adventurers in through the front door?
Point of reference. The shell is not only
Well,
containing
not
the
the
palace.
shell. The I know the shell is like the defense, and the palace is separate from the shell, but yeah.
Yeah, because there are several structures in there. All of them are gated.
Wow.
Just the palace is further defended.
I see.
You're not even sure it's in the palace. Just that's your hunch.
What?
It's a good chance it is.
Yeah.
I mean, after the rounds expire.
Is
Just
there the rest
Head
expire
for
here?
the most fortified place in the city. Chances are.
Might be there. Is there a Thoracic Spire in this city? I don't think so.
No, I mean you would. If you know anything about Aslan, you know that they didn't make things outside of Varesia. Maybe they did. Like maybe one of them got a little bit crazy, but nothing nothing so over the top as to be like an entire building.
Not what I meant. I mean,
Oh, sorry, I didn't understand.
we weren't supposed to be able to walk in through the front doors of the Thoracic Spire,
Oh, I see.
but we did.
I feel like this is going to be a little different. Considering the Pathfinders are already off on a bad foot, we don't even have a vantage point here.
Also,
And plus,
well, Tintoria is the one that politicaled her way for us to get in there to where her dad is the one living there.
Yes, however...
Not to the Thoracic Spire.
Am I misremembering
We
places?
literally walked
kinda.
in.
Well, not really,
No,
because we
we-
weren't going to be allowed to walk in if it wasn't for Tintoria. They were going to eject us from the city.
We also didn't know that they had been locked in there for 2 weeks until we talked through that, I believe.
Fair points all around, but it wasn't her political pull that got us in. We
can I
went there and tried to use the front door.
can I try to make the point?
Just speak the point.
Sorry. Well, I feel like Syrians could be a bit different.
I mean, I think it's just a... You're right, but I think it's just a distinct difference between... I mean, we could try it. I'm not saying we can't. I just think there's a distinct difference between, the Thoracic Spire, which has been on lockdown for 2 weeks. The front door just happened to work. And there being the palace where the Pharaoh lives, probably we're not going to be able to walk in the front door.
Probably a standing.
Also, the Thoracic Spire got its shit kicked in by a mysterious dude. So many of the defenses were already breached.
I think we got lucky
the
with
palace
that
looks
one.
fine.
Reached by simulacrum, no less.
I'm sorry, you all just don't quite waste time, do you? How long have you even been in town?
I've been here.
45 minutes?
1 hour
Like an
by my
hour, yeah.
count.
And you're already trying to break into the most heavily fortified area.
No.
It's kind of what we do.
You said we walk in. Care to explain that?
No, it's not something we do.
I like this. This is good. So, what's the plan? How are we getting?
You said we walk in.
I like you just ignored everything that happened in the conversation until just now, and it's like, I like this. What were we talking about for the past 15 minutes?
I was trying to figure something out, but nah.
I'll ask you again. You said we walk in. What did you mean by that?
Well, I was simply entertaining a thought that I might be able to bring you in with me. It seems slim to none.
I will get Tintoria and say, Vernal, don't you have bad gloves with Dad?
Oh, terrible. He's going to kill me.
Yeah, so, you think it's a bad idea to come into this place?
Absolutely, but he can only kill me if I don't kill him first.
But really concerning.
That's life. Aren't you being hunted by assassins that are native to this region?
What do you think? Why do you think I'm freaking out all the time?
Right. Why do you think I'm freaking out on the inside? Just keep your inside thoughts inside. They're not helping.
Sorry.
I want to cry, but I can't. Just gotta pull it together.
You are more pulled together than
I'm dying on the inside.
When did you two become
I
a
am. I
thing?
mean,
Switching back to common. So, the way I see it, it's a very good chance that it could be in the palace. Very good chance that
hell yeah.
I don't know. Well, maybe not very good, but we could walk in through the front door. I don't know, but maybe it's time that we start looking at leads, figuring out if we can narrow down exactly where it is and if there's any chance of getting inside,
Oh,
and figuring out what the fuck this is. And she slides the token across the table to Savaz.
Wait, what is it?
what is this?
The token that random bartender just gave us.
Wait,
Yeah, it was the card you got courtesy of the Iron Prince.
yeah, but
get
I
it.
rolled a 19 on history for that.
Yeah, and he told you don't know what it was.
You don't know who the Iron Prince is. You know that this crest is very similar to the one of Alkenstar. That's all you know
I thought you
about
were
it.
talking to Tentoria. Sorry.
I mean, I was talking to whoever was doing the history checks.
Ah, shit.
I don't know what that was.
What do you
He's-
history? You weren't
same
even
thing.
from around here. You wouldn't know anything.
Yeah. You want me to?
The longer that shard remains in this city, the worse our problems are gonna get.
Still not quite sure if mine does.
Haven't you used it?
I've touched it, and then I haven't. Well,
You've been sitting on it for a month and a
I
half.
know that.
But I didn't send him a DM thing. Basically, since it's a starter slot, it's going to make any necromantic spells better. But I haven't established exactly how. I'll
It
go
takes a
ahead and
month and a
say
half to attune because it's.
I'll go ahead and say, but that for the purposes of making friends, that your required spell slot will be one lower than it needs to be. So in this case, raising a medium creature will only take, I think, a level 2 spell slot instead of a level 3 spell slot, and so on and so forth. But I'll hammer down a more specific.
It was already that.
Oh, the point is, it goes down by 1, so it'll be a little easier to keep friends going, and it'll mess with your other necromantic abilities in a little bit. But like I said, I'll have to nail down the specifics. But we're not going to get into combat in the session. Spoilers. So suddenly one of you throws a chair. Anyway,
Make a knife out of a bottle.
Cock's fucking gun.
I mean, hey man, maybe it's not a joke. That happened to the last fucking town.
Why'd you say that name?
Why would you say that name? Anyway, yeah. But yeah, anything? Is there anything else anyone's gonna do? Because I feel like this is a nice stopping
I mean,
point. to be
yeah, I
perfectly
feel like
honest.
I feel like this is a pretty good stopping point because at least we could pick up next time with like an investigation or something.
I was going to ask. Never mind.
Just ask the question.
Okay.
I was going to say about checking out that place that I told you about.
Which?
Like a good hiding spot. In case you don't get ambushed or such.
What the hell are you talking about? Seriously, what are you talking about?
I was going to show you a place where you can, in case things go sour, you can hide there.
What place is that?
It's a place that I used to live.
It's pretty deep in the city compared to where we are. Out of character. Like that's a hike.
I'm trying
That will not be necessary. Vulcan had me promise that I would watch over you until you return.
It's true as well.
Whatever.
Ash, just maybe not right
No.
this second we don't go there.
I know. I'm just.
Also, you are being targeted. It is likely your residence will be being watched.
We just need to be as careful as humanly possible here, because you don't have a lot of friends here. I don't have a lot of friends left alive here. We have to be careful.
Also, I really don't need this as much as you do.
And Syvas is going to
What is it?
hand her the one to disguise self. Sorry, him.
What?
Draxus, you now have a wand of disguise self.
I don't need it. I'm a disguise kid.
One of these things is not like
what?
the other.
One of those things is blatantly better than the other.
That's being like, hey, I just bought you this Ferrari. Nah, I'm good. I got a bike.
I mean, one's healthier than the other.
What?
What?
Take the fucking wand.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna
my
shove it
God,
up your
take the
ass and
wand.
permanently
Bicycle.
change your fucking what you race.
Well, I mean, yeah, like,
Yes.
with a disguise self, you can only look like a tiefling, but different. With a disguise kit, you can look like any damn thing.
Which you need right now. But yeah, I'm good with calling it there because we can actually jump into an investigation next week or something.
Yeah, and that we're going to be up until like 4 a.m. playing your campaign tomorrow. So
I don't know if we'll be up till 4. That's not the plan. But we only ran till 4 because Gunn was dead, and we needed to get him back. So I very much doubt it's going to go that long tomorrow.
but yeah,
What is wrong with you people?
we'll go
But
ahead.
yeah,
we'll go
I'm
ahead and call
good.
things here. So you've got
Sweet.
a mysterious Iron Prince dude who's apparently paying for your drinks. The Pathfinder Association isn't under the best
Can
reputation.
I ask a really out of character meta question?
Sure.
Feel free not to answer. But how far are we away from meeting Sandman's new character? Was he just around the corner? We just didn't knock on that door?
Honestly, it's kind of up to Sandman. I thought closer than not, but somehow I kept getting pushed back a little bit because it turns out I'm bad at things. Hey guys, surprisingly,
I just picture like
I'm
he's
bad at
on the
things.
other side of a door that we literally just walked up to, go like, nah, next session. And he's like, oh.
I'm sitting behind a door like, I can't wait to introduce, and they just have.
it could be a while. It really depends on which direction you guys want to go. Because if you're gonna start like investigating, then maybe that's a
Hey,
different
hey,
place.
you know what would
I don't know.
really,
That's the thing.
you know what would really help breaking into the shell? An undead arm.
Have to break into the shell, for fuck's sake. We just have to get into the shell, which is easy. That's just the gate. But the palace is like quad gated.
You know what can
for
get
the
into
record-
the palace? An undead army.
For the record, this is perhaps metagaming, but I'll let you guys know because it's common knowledge on the street. That shell is made out of the carapace of essentially the brother beast to the Tarask. It has been there for 10,000 years, and it is still perfectly shiny.
That's
ain't
very
going
I'm
cool.
gonna need a chip
Anywhere.
You're not gonna get a chip of that.
Not even adamantine cuts that shit.
Like you can't.
If it
you
could have
can't
been
fuck that
collected,
thing.
it would have been collected.
Yeah, people would have done it. People would have done it millions of years ago if it could be done at all.
And
And the
just
fact
show-
that it's still there,
Show up with a 6-foot horn of it at the chop shop. Install this.
yeah, that shell is like the thickest wall you could ever hope to have. And not only that, it's also naturally magically enhanced to be impenetrable.
Oh,
Like it
wait,
just
wait.
spells bounce off of it.
man, I'm turning off the stream.
Is it like